Chapter 12-18. Lu Yin was like a rock to them. They could not bring themselves to attack him and they could not block him if he smashed them. Even if the rock shattered, he could still smash them until their heads bled and half their bodies were paralyzed. They had never met such a person before. Most people who had such strength at his age had been nurtured by powerful organizations, and they were cultured and cultured. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was an idiot with a wild path. Everyone, there's no need to listen to this junior's nonsense. I don't believe that he'll dare to challenge us one by one. We'll immediately carry out the portal plan. Let's see if he challenges us or goes back to save the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin spoke up decisively. Challenge us? According to what you've said, the Great Eastern Alliance is doomed, so I'll fight to the death. At the same time, I'll send someone to do as I said. Let's see if your losses are greater or mine. He suddenly became very confident. Do you believe me when I say that I can still participate in the Supreme Tournament after dealing with your juniors? Furthermore, I won't be affected. Ling Qiu, Lu Qianjue and the others all looked at him. How was this kid so confident? They recalled that the sage Heavenly Master had nominated him to be the Pass Lord. Could this kid's strength really be that terrifying? Was he strong enough to suppress his peers? I know that you seniors are troubled. The Great Eastern Alliance is not a closed organization, and it's not trying to seal off the Outerverse. If you want to trade with the Outerverse, you can do so normally. It's just a change of attitude and it won't affect your interests too much, Lu Yin said. The mountain god spoke up. Our interests will be greatly affected. Once the Outerverse is unified, many things will no longer be up to us to decide. Lu Yin smiled. I'm not negotiating with you seniors. I'm just giving you a way out. It's up to you whether you agree or not. Lord Red looked at the others with uncertainty. He was eager to carry out the portal plan because he was the one who had proposed it. If the plan succeeded, not only would they be able to disintegrate the Great Eastern Alliance, but the Blaze Realm would also be able to maintain their original interests. They would also be able to gain the attention of these people and maintain their relationship with them. Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can we be fooled by you and allow you to threaten us? Stop dreaming. Lord Red shouted. Lu Yin was amused. Seniors, he's threatening you with his words so that you have no choice but to follow his plan. Ling Qiu looked at Red Mistress unhappily. We'll make our own decisions. You don't have to say anything. Song Zhou was unhappy as well. Shut up. Lu Qianjue was even more direct. He turned off the red light screen, leaving only the other 5 people. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Alliance Master Lu, you've won the one duel. My sword sect won't be participating in the Gateway project, Lu Qianjue said calmly. Ling Qiu replied, my Lingling clan will not participate either. I'm not participating, said Song Zhou. Ling Qiu looked at him. You can participate. In any case, your Chaos God Mountain doesn't have any outstanding juniors. Song Zhou sneered. If my descendant can marry your descendant, doesn't that make him a descendant of Chaos God Mountain? Hooligan. Ling Qiu shouted angrily. She then turned off the screen. Song Zhou laughed complacently. When Zizai shook his head. The Wen family withdraws. He then turned off the screen. The mountain god didn't say a word and turned off the light screen. His attitude was obvious. Lu Yin calmly stood where he was, leaving only him and Lu Qianjue. Lu Qianjue turned back to continue fishing. Alliance leader Lu, you're so young but you're already showing off your abilities. You seem to be jumping around but you're actually taking every step carefully. I admire you. Lu Yin said helplessly, of course. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. I'm just protecting myself. Please forgive me. Lu Qianjue smiled. It's my honor to meet a junior like you. If my sword sex juniors are even half as outstanding as you, then I can die in peace. Mu Ju's 13 swords shook the universe and I also admire you, Lu Yin said. Lu Qianjue shook his head helplessly. What's the point of only knowing how to cultivate? He suddenly recalled the conversation between Song Zhou and Ling Qiu. He looked back at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Alliance leader Lu, you're still single, right? Do you fancy Tianmu? Lu Yin was taken aback. What do you mean? I think that you and Tianmu are a good match. Perhaps you can spend the rest of your life together, Lu Qianjue said with a smile. Lu Yin felt awkward and hurriedly excused himself. I appreciate senior's kindness. Right, I have some matters to attend to in the outerverse, so I'll take my leave. He then left. Lu Qinjue didn't stop him and simply watched him leave, the smile still on his face. That old bastard Song Zhou spoke the truth. This kid might belong to my sword sect in the future. After leaving the pond, Lu Yin let out a long breath. He had managed to temporarily stop the portal project, but he wasn't arrogant. The only reason he had been able to stop the portal project was because of the threat of the Supreme Tournament. Once the tournament was over, he would no longer have any leverage to control the Innerverse, and the portal project would definitely continue. These Innerverse powerhouses were not to be trifled with, and since he had embarrassed them today, they would definitely seek revenge in the future. He didn't have much time left. Seventh bro, why were you in there for so long? The old man didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Do you want to join forces with Leon's armada to destroy the sword sect? Ku Wei asked eagerly. Elderly stared at Lu Yin with a murderous look. Lu Yin shouted for him to shut up and then nodded apologetically at Elderly. Let's go back to the outerverse. You're not going to tour Sword Mountain anymore? Ku Wei was stunned. Lu Yin replied, if there's a chance in the future. He then looked at Elderly. Please tell Senior Sect Master that I'll be leaving. This trip to the Sword Sect has broadened my horizons, and I'll definitely have a chance to visit again in the future. Elderly nodded. Take care, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin and Ku Wei boarded a spacecraft and headed towards the outerverse. Ku Wei was very curious about what Lu Yin and the Sword Sect Master had discussed, but Lu Yin did not say anything. Lu Yin had been thinking about how to completely deal with the portal plan, and there was no point in temporarily restraining it. He still had to discuss this with Wang Wen and Wei Rong when he returned. They passed through a astral river tributary and entered an unfamiliar small flow zone. They quickly passed through another small flow zone and appeared in another small flow zone. There were many small flow zones in the Innerverse that varied in size, and they were all separated by astral river tributaries. A few days later, Lu Yin checked his position and discovered that the Gu flow zone was directly to the west. The Gu flow zone was not large, but it was very long. It spanned nearly a quarter of the Innerverse, and it was filled with poisonous insects and beasts from outer space. It was a nearly completely sealed-off flow zone. Although it was one of the 8 great flow zones, it was the least well-known. Nobody dared to casually enter the Gu flow zone. Even when the 6th mainland had invaded, they had suffered heavy losses when they encountered the Gu flow zone. Lu Yin was very curious about the Gu flow zone and the Divine Gu dynasty. After passing through the current flow zone, the next one to enter was the Blazing Mist flow zone. In the entire Innerverse, the Blazing Mist flow zone was the one that was most eager to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Blazing Mist flow zone was the one who had made the decision, and it was very likely that the Blaze Realm had made the decision. Otherwise, Lu Qinjue would not have contacted Master Red. With the Blaze Realm's scale, they did not have the qualifications to be contacted by Lu Qinjue alone. The Blaze Realm was the closest to the outerverse, and if they wanted to deal with Lu Yin, he wanted to deal with them as well. The spacecraft flew towards the outerverse, and at this moment they were in the Blazing Mist flow zone. This flow zone was filled with Lu Yin's enemies. The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Sylvan Dragon clan all wanted to kill him. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped, and Lu Yin was shocked to see that it was Yan Yan. Hadn't he gone missing? As the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons, Yan Yan could contact Lu Yin, but he had never taken the initiative to do so. Wei Rong had mentioned some time ago that Yan Yan had gone missing, which Lu Yin found strange. This was something that he had to investigate once he returned to the outerverse. After all, Yan Yan was not weak, and it was impossible for him to disappear into thin air. Lu Yin connected to the gadget and heard Yan Yan's voice. Your Highness, I've recovered my memories. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and Ku Wei was curious. So, did you leave the Great Yu Empire on your own accord? Yes. My apologies, Your Highness, but I didn't inform you. Actually, my name is Xianxia, and I'm the Chief Battle Officer of the Royal Frost Continent's Everlasting Ice City. Ever since he had destroyed Fire's Melt Planet, Lu Yin had known that Yan Yan, no Xianxia, was from the Royal Frost Continent, and it was Xueshan Ana who had recognized him. However, he had not known that Xianxia's identity was so extraordinary. Since you've recovered your memories, what do you want? Leave the Great Yu Empire? You've already left? Lu Yin asked. Yan Yan was silent for a long time. Please save the Royal Frost Continent, Your Highness. Lu Yin was puzzled. I left the Royal Frost Continent to seek help. Xianxia slowly explained the situation on the Royal Frost Continent to Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly understood that the Royal Frost Continent was just a continent that was covered in glaciers. It was not as large as the Blaze Realm, and there was only one city on the entire continent, which was called Everlasting Ice City. I don't know when it started, but the Royal Frost Continent's climate suddenly plummeted. Even those of us who were born on glaciers and are adept at using ice battle techniques could not withstand the low temperatures. As time passed, the temperature continued to drop, and before long the entire Royal Frost Continent would be frozen. There are hundreds of millions of people living in Everlasting Ice City, and the city lord had no choice but to order us to seek help. Xianxia explained. The spacecraft stopped, and Lu Yin quietly listened to Xianxia's words. The more he listened, the more confused he became. Legend has it that the Royal Frost Continent is not even afraid of the Blaze Realm, which means that there must be someone with a power level of over 500,000 inside. How could an emissary not be able to protect you? It's just a continent, and for an emissary, let alone a continent, they can even protect an entire region of space. Everlasting Ice City's city lord, the Ice Emperor, is a powerhouse above an emissary, but he still can't protect us. Then let them come out and migrate to the Outerverse. I'll find a place for them to live, Lu Yin said. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Your Highness, the Royal Frost Continent has its own reason for existing and we cannot leave. Everlasting Ice City cannot disappear either. Lu Yin was amused. Then what do you want me to do? An emissary can't help you, and I'm not even an emissary, so I can't help you. Your Highness can help us. The city lord didn't order us to search for powerhouses but rather lock breakers, Xianxia said. End of chapter. Chapter 12-19. Lu Yin was shocked by Xianxia's words. A lock breaker? The city lord's original words were that only powerful lock breakers can help the Royal Frost Continent, and they have to be lock breakers who have comprehended sourcebox arrays. Your Highness is a lock breaker yourself, so you must know more powerful lock breakers. Thus, I would like to request that Your Highness find a powerful lock breaker to enter the Royal Frost Continent and save Everlasting Ice City. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know any powerful lock breakers who can help the emissaries. Even if I did, they wouldn't agree to go to an unfamiliar place, especially one that even the emissaries can't protect. Do you understand? Xianxia anxiously replied, Your Highness, you can do it. You saved the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society and you can ask President Jeffrey to help. You can report this to the Lockbreaker Society. Right, that's enough. I can only help you find a place to stay in Everlasting Ice City. I can guarantee that you'll be safe, but I can't help you with anything else. Lu Yin refused. Xianxia had not said anything else and had only asked for Lu Yin's help. This was something that even the emissaries could not solve, so Lu Yin would not be so impulsive as to become a firefighter. Xianxia was his subordinate, not his superior, and Lu Yin did not owe him anything. Just as Lu Yin was about to hang up, Xianxia said, I'm sorry. Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Yin felt that something was strange. Suddenly his expression changed. Not good, and he immediately hung up, but it was too late. The entire region of space had turned white. It was not sunlight but ice. The outside of the spacecraft had frozen over, and Lu Yin and Ku Wei had completely disappeared from this region of space without even being able to retaliate. Not long after, the layer of ice in space melted away, leaving behind nothing but cold air. A snowstorm blew across the land and spread across the ice. It blew across the mountains and finally over the city. This was a very simple city, and the architectural style leaned towards the Savage era. There were even thatched cottages in many places. The city had been frozen by the cold wind, and outside of the city was a visible screen with a thick layer of solid ice piled up beneath it. This was Extreme Ice City, and it was located at the center of the Royal Frost Continent. It was the only city on the entire continent. The Extreme Ice City was very large. Even though the buildings were not stacked and many places were just simple houses, there were still hundreds of millions of people living in it. However, under the extreme cold weather, those people rarely came out to walk. In the middle of the city, there was a building with a slightly modern style. It had a beautiful design and was completely different from the other buildings. This was the city master's mansion. The strongest person of the royal ice continent's extreme ice city lived there, the Ice Emperor. The city lord's mansion covered a wide area, including mountains and plains, and all of these areas had turned white under the cold wind. Inside the city lord's mansion, a spaceship was quietly parked. There were many curious onlookers outside the spaceship. One of them had a complicated look as he looked at the spaceship apologetically. He was Xianxia, also known as Yan. Beside Xianxia stood an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. His attire was only slightly more exquisite than the others, but he still gave off a savage vibe. "You didn't do anything wrong. We won't do anything to him," the middle-aged man said softly. Xianxia asked in a low voice, "When will he wake up?" The middle-aged man smiled. "He woke up a long time ago and is probably thinking of a way to deal with us." Xianxia was surprised. Then he looked at the spaceship and approached it. The spaceship did not move at all. The onlookers looked on curiously as most of them had never seen a spaceship before. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. As Xianxia approached the spaceship, the cabin door suddenly opened, and a figure grabbed Xianxia's neck and squeezed tightly. The figure glared fiercely at the middle-aged man. "Don't move." The onlookers' expressions changed and they all glared at Lu Yin. "Stop. Let him go. Let go of the chief. Let him go. Shut up." The figure was Lu Yin. He had been tricked. Xianxia had contacted him not just to ask for help, but also to determine his location. It would be fine if Lu Yin had agreed to save the Royal Frost Continent, but if he had not, then his location would have been revealed to the experts of the Royal Frost Continent, which would have allowed them to capture him. Lu Yin grabbed Xianxia's neck tightly and panted heavily. This should be the Royal Frost Continent, and Xianxia had been standing behind him all this time. He was also the one who had captured Lu Yin, so he should be one of the higher-ups of the Royal Frost Continent. He might even be the city lord. "I'm sorry, Your Highness," Xianxia said apologetically. Lu Yin growled, "You betrayed me." Xianxia was helpless. "I'm willing to die to atone for my sins. I only ask that Your Highness save the Royal Frost Continent. This is my home." "Kid, do you think that you can threaten us by holding him hostage? Or do you just want to vent your anger?" The middle-aged man asked, his expression unchanged. He did not seem to care that Xianxia was being held hostage. Lu Yin looked at the man. "Who are you?" The man smiled. "Royal Frost Continent, City Lord of Arctic City, Ice Emperor." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and sure enough, his pupils turned into runes as he looked at the Ice Emperor. Suddenly, his eyes stung and he almost let go of Xianxia. The Ice Emperor's rune lines were too exaggerated, and he definitely surpassed an emissary's. Xianxia did not take the opportunity to escape, as he had approached the spaceship to give Lu Yin a chance. The Ice Emperor did not attack either. If he had been willing, Lu Yin would not have had the chance to hold Xianxia hostage. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been captured and brought to the Royal Frost Continent. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man again. There was an intense apprehension in his eyes, and after a moment of silence he pushed Xianxia away and stood beside the spaceship to observe their surroundings. Xianxia did not go far and instead bowed to Lu Yin. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm truly sorry. I had no choice but to resort to this plan. The Royal Frost Continent cannot wait any longer." Lu Yin glanced at him and then at the Ice Emperor. "It seems like you think that you have me." The Ice Emperor's expression was gentle, and he did not have the intimidating aura of an emissary. He calmly said, "We should not be enemies and I will not harm you. On the contrary, I can give you anything you want. I just hope that you can help the Royal Frost Continent. What if I say no?" Lu Yin asked coldly. The Ice Emperor was helpless. "I can send you away." Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he sneered. "You spent so much effort to capture me, but you're going to let me leave? Are you acting?" The Ice Emperor looked deeply at Lu Yin. "I captured you so that you can listen to the story of the Royal Frost Continent. Perhaps you'll change your mind. Only here will the story be meaningful." Lu Yin frowned. Across from him, Xianxia maintained his bowing posture. Around them, many people from the Royal Frost Continent had complicated expressions, and some of them trembled from the cold. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yin sighed. Help the person in the spaceship settle down. The Ice Emperor was delighted. Don't worry please. Lu Yin walked past Xianxia and followed the Ice Emperor into the City Lord's mansion. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Xianxia stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Highness. Following the Ice Emperor into the City Lord's mansion, Lu Yin was rather curious. He had never seen a City Lord's mansion like this before, as it was too simple and crude. Any building on a bustling planet in the outside world far surpassed this one. Even an antique building would be exquisite, let alone a skyscraper. If the crudeness of this City Lord's mansion could be considered an art, then the Ice Emperor had done a very good job. Alliance Leader Lu, thank you for staying behind to help us, the Ice Emperor said gratefully as he walked. Lu Yin replied, I might not be able to help. You said you wanted me to take a look at the history of the Royal Frost Continent? The Ice Emperor nodded. The history is stored underground to prevent it from being destroyed. Please. Lu Yin followed the Ice Emperor into the underground of the City Lord's mansion, where he saw a large pile of wooden slips. What the hell? He stared blankly at the underground space that stretched for an unknown distance. There were endless wooden shelves with countless wooden slips stacked on top of them. This is the history? The Ice Emperor sighed. The history of the Royal Frost Continent is here. Alliance Leader Lu can take a look at it at any time. Lu Yin pursed his lips and picked up a wooden slip beside him. On it was written, 12th Generation Ice Emperor Year 1826, 35th Day. The temperature was very low and 235 houses were frozen. The cost of repairing them. Lu Yin put down the slip and looked at another one. 12th Generation Ice Emperor Year 1826, 36th Day. The ground cracked. The army of Extreme Ice City repaired it and helped Heir Zhu Zi's family move the house 13 meters away. The house was old. Lu Yin frowned and walked further away before looking at another slip. 11th Generation Ice Emperor, Year 925, 208 Day. The City Lord gave birth to a son. Extreme Ice City celebrates. Below is a list of the resources needed for the celebration, including food, accommodation, street cleaning. Lu Yin put down the slip and looked at the Ice Emperor strangely. The Ice Emperor smiled. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and walked further away. He picked up a wooden slip and put it down, then picked it up again and put it down again. He then looked towards a corner and picked up a dusty wooden slip. After looking through it, he gently put it down and looked at the Ice Emperor. Your daily lives must be quite boring. The Ice Emperor was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Yin replied, these wooden slips only record small things like cleaning the streets, helping to move houses, and even forecasting the weather. Are these what you usually do? The Ice Emperor smiled. Extreme Ice City is just a city. Although there are hundreds of millions of people living here, there has never been a war. This is enough to show that the prices and living conditions of Extreme Ice City during that era were very valuable. Lu Yin was puzzled. Has there never been a war in Extreme Ice City for so many years? The Ice Emperor shook his head and thought for a moment before replying seriously. The Ice Emperor of Extreme Ice City has only one descendant, and they are all my ancestors. The Ice Emperor's power surpasses that of an emissary, and the rest of the people living in Extreme Ice City do not have anyone stronger than an emissary. We also have an army called the Humble Army. When the City Lord is not around, the Humble Army is enough to suppress everything. That is why Extreme Ice City has never had a war since ancient times. Lu Yin understood. It was like a lion suppressing a flock of sheep, and the sheep did not dare to move. He looked at the Ice Emperor strangely. If there was only one descendant of the Ice Emperor, how could he guarantee that everyone could reach the emissary level? This question was very important, but Lu Yin did not ask. City Lord Ice Emperor, this is not the history I want to see. I want to see the reason why the Royal Frost Continent cannot be moved. The Ice Emperor's eyes flashed. Alliance Master Lu, please follow me. He then walked towards the deepest part of the city. Lu Yin followed behind. End of chapter. Chapter 12:20. Not long after, the two arrived at the very back. The Ice Emperor pointed at the innermost wooden slip. Alliance Master Lu, you can take a look at that. It's the earliest piece of history. Lu Yin was curious and immediately picked it up. When he opened it, he discovered that the words had long since disappeared. He picked up the second slip, but it was the same. He looked at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor sighed. Words can be preserved for too long. If it weren't for the unique materials used to make these slips, they would have disappeared long ago. Take a look at the front. Many of the slips have been weathered. My royal frost continent lacks a lot of history. But Xianxia's attitude when he spoke to me was somewhat ambiguous. I told him that he could relocate the continent, but he wasn't willing and said that he couldn't. Ice Emperor, you must know the reason, Lu Yin said coldly. I'll help you as much as I can, but if you're hiding something then I'll take my leave. The Ice Emperor smiled. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just telling you that my royal frost continent lacks a lot of history. Some of it isn't recorded, but it's passed down through word of mouth. Even if I don't know the reason, it's still passed down. Lu Yin was curious. The Ice Emperor pointed underground. Beneath Extreme Ice City at the center of the royal frost continent, there's a source box array. That's a seal. A seal? What sealed? Lu Yin was shocked. He was curious about anything related to source box arrays, as not just anyone could set up a source box array, especially one that covered such a large area. Only an origin array master could set it up, and there were very few lockbreakers in history who had reached that level. The Ice Emperor shook his head and solemnly said, "The ancestor didn't mention the specifics of the seal. He only made the younger generation swear that they would never abandon the royal frost continent and that they would never open the seal. They would protect the seal and not allow anyone to open it. Even if hundreds of millions of people in Extreme Ice City died, even if the Ice Emperor's bloodline was cut off, they would never allow the seal to be opened." Lu Yin raised his brows. Seems like the ancestor cares a lot about the seal. The Ice Emperor solemnly replied, "Not a lot, but a lot. It's more important than his life." "Then forgive this junior for being powerless. I'll take my leave now." With that he turned to leave. The Ice Emperor said, "Alliance Master Lu, not saying anything isn't the right attitude to ask for help. I can only promise you that as long as you help me, you can take whatever you want on the Royal Frost Continent. Even if it's my city lord's mansion, just say the word and I, the Ice Emperor, will immediately move away. Also," he said solemnly, "I, the Ice Emperor, swear that I don't know what's under the seal. If I hide anything, I will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth." Lu Yin hurriedly stopped her. "Senior Ice Empress, there's no need for that. I trust you." The Ice Empress nodded. "Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. I also thank you on behalf of the hundreds of millions of people in the Royal Frost Continent." At this point it would be difficult for Lu Yin to leave even if he wanted to. He truly believed in the Ice Empress' words. Cultivators could not simply make random oaths. This was not because they believed in the judgment of the gods, but rather because it was a form of deception that could easily affect one's mental state. The stronger a cultivator was, the less likely they would make random oaths. Furthermore, if what was under the seal was really that important, then it would be normal for them to not tell their juniors. Lu Yin looked down and he was very curious as to what exactly was being sealed. "Alliance Master Lu, please help me contact a powerful lockbreaker. Only lockbreakers can repair the source box array. The Royal Frost Continent's cold energy originates from beneath the seal, and as long as the source box array is repaired, there will be no need to defend against this extreme cold." Lu Yin asked, "Why do I need help? I'm a lockbreaker." The Ice Emperor smiled. "It's not that I'm looking down on Alliance Master Lu, but you're still too young." Lu Yin raised his gadget and opened the lockbreaker network. "Senior Ice Emperor, this junior is a boundless advanced lockbreaker." The Ice Emperor was shocked. "Boundless advanced?" He looked at the lockbreaker network seriously before looking at Lu Yin and sighing. "You're already a boundless advanced lockbreaker at such a young age. Even though the universe is vast and there are countless geniuses with innate gifts, not many can reach Alliance Master Lu's level." Lu Yin put down his gadget. "But a boundless advanced lockbreaker cannot help us. It has to be an origin array master, or at least an origin array master." Lu Yin raised a hand and released star energy around him. He then waved his hand and a wooden slip moved nearby. The Ice Emperor was shocked. "A source box array?" Lu Yin nodded. "The difference between an origin array master and a normal lockbreaker is that they comprehend source box arrays. This junior has comprehended a source box array, so I wonder if I can be of any help?" The Ice Emperor looked at Lu Yin in amazement once again. Xianxia had told him many things when he returned from the outside world, and most of them were related to Lu Yin. The Ice Emperor already had a very high opinion of Lu Yin, as an envoy would not have been willing to put down his pride and ask for help from Lu Yin. But at this moment Lu Yin still shocked him greatly. Lu Yin had far surpassed what Xianxia had described. Although the Ice Emperor had been born on the Royal Frost continent, that did not mean that he would spend his entire life there. He still had to go out and train. The Ice Emperor knew a lot about the outside world, and the more he understood Lu Yin's achievements. He could not imagine how a youth could reach such a level. Lu Yin had unified the outer verse in literature, and he had reached the level of one of the 10 arbiters in martial arts. Even his lock-breaking skills were at the peak of his generation. The Ice Emperor sighed. Alliance Master Lu, there is no one in your generation who can surpass you. Please follow me. He could not refuse Lu Yin's request, as doing so would be looking down on him. He could only let Lu Yin try. Lu Yin modestly replied and followed behind the Ice Emperor. He was looking forward to the sourcebox array. Every sourcebox array was different. Regardless of whether it was comprehending, setting it up, or repairing it, they could all improve one's lock-breaking ability. Another reason why Lu Yin was confident in repairing it was because he had Guyu's letter. Guyu was not an ordinary person, and although Lu Yin did not know what level he had reached, he was definitely not just an origin array master. There were several layers beneath Arctic City, and the deeper one went, the warmer it became. Lu Yin followed the Ice Emperor to a depth of about 10,000 meters, where all he could see was darkness. Alliance Master Lu, we are currently above the sourcebox array seal, the Ice Emperor said. Lu Yin was stunned. They were above the sourcebox array? He did not sense any danger from the sourcebox. As he thought about it, his pupils transformed into runes and he looked down. His pupils shrank as he saw a boundless number of rune lines. Lu Yin hurriedly returned his pupils to normal and squatted down. He touched the ground and then looked up into the distance. Senior, this sourcebox array is huge. The Ice Emperor's eyes flashed. How huge? Lu Yin calmly replied, it covers the entire Royal Frost continent. The Ice Emperor's eyes narrowed and he slowly nodded. Alliance Master Lu, do you need to prepare anything? Lu Yin shook his head. Let me try. The chances of repairing it are not high. The Ice Emperor softly replied, it's good to take a look. He then quietly stood to the side and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not have any confidence in repairing this sourcebox array. To be honest, he did not understand it at all. He did not even know if the cold air had been drawn out by the sourcebox array or if it had been sealed away by the array. This sourcebox array was beyond the scope of his understanding, and it was impossible for him to repair it with his lock-breaking ability. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try, as it might be able to help him improve his lock-breaking ability. The Ice Emperor was not worried that Lu Yin would destroy the seal, but his ancestor's mission forced him to be extremely careful. He continued to keep an eye on Lu Yin. The sourcebox array was covered by soil and ordinary people would not be able to discover it. Even though Lu Yin's control of star energy had reached the level of a world realm cultivator, he still could not see any abnormalities with the sourcebox array. He had no choice but to use the scripture of Ian Flow. The number of rune lines that the scripture of Ian Flow could see was too great, and it was easy to be injured by the backlash. Fortunately, Lu Yin was able to use the scripture of Ian Flow to locate the location where the sourcebox array had leaked out. Zenith Ice City was located at the center of the Royal Frost continent and did not cover the entire continent. However, the sourcebox array seal covered the entire continent. The location where the hole had appeared was at the southernmost part of the continent. Lu Yin had found that location. The Ice Emperor saw it and his eyes lit up with hope. If he could find the hole, then that meant that he understood the sourcebox array. Could this young man really be able to repair it? Of course, Lu Yin could not repair it, but the scripture of Ian Flow was miraculous. A cold wind blew, causing Lu Yin's entire body to feel cold. The temperature was so low that even he felt like he was about to be frozen. If not for the barrier around Zenith Ice City, then most of the people inside would have already been frozen. The cold air was coming from underground, thousands of kilometers away. Lu Yin took out Guyu's letter, and the location of the rune lines that he had seen with the scripture of Ian Flow appeared in his mind. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Within Zenith Ice City, Ku Wei woke up and immediately saw Xianxia. He was stunned. We're at Xenu's star. Xianxia looked at him calmly. The Royal Frost Continent. Ku Wei blinked. What's that? Xianxia calmly replied, we're at the Royal Frost Continent. Ku Wei retracted his gaze and rubbed his head in pain. After thinking for a long time he opened his eyes and glared at Xianxia. I remember now. Brother Wei is frozen. Where's 7th bro? Xianxia looked outside. He's helping the Royal Frost Continent. Ku Wei was puzzled. Helping? 7th bro will help? Xianxia replied, since you're awake then go out for a walk. This is Zenith Ice City so don't cause trouble. You're the one causing trouble. Brother Wei is the kindest. I'm going to look for 7th bro. Xianxia stopped him. Wait. His Highness will naturally return when he's done. Ku Wei stared at Xianxia. You guys didn't do anything to 7th bro, did you? I'm warning you, 7th bro has a great background. Even the Sword Sect and the Hall of Honor's 9 directors wouldn't dare to do anything to him, let alone you guys. Xianxia arrogantly replied, if you did anything to His Highness, then why would we keep you around? Do you think that you're worth more than His Highness? Yan, are you itching for a beating? Ku Wei gritted his teeth. Xianxia looked at Ku Wei. You can't beat me. I've recovered my memories and my power level has also recovered. It's over 300,000. Ku Wei was stunned. You have a power level of over 300,000? Xianxia placed a hand on Ku Wei's shoulder and forcefully pushed him back. Either rest or walk. Don't cause trouble. He then walked out. Chapter 1221. Ku Wei was bewildered and he rubbed his shoulder. He hadn't been able to resist just now, which meant that Lu Yin's power level was over 300,000. This bastard was also a captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, but he dared to treat him this way. When 7th bro returns I'll definitely teach you a lesson. He walked out and was greeted by a gust of cold wind. He looked up and saw that the sky was white and snowy. What the hell is this place? South of Extreme Ice City, Lu Yin had been studying the Sourcebox's seal for 10 days with the help of Gu Yu's notes. He had made some progress but it was only in a small area. However, it was worth a try. After a few days of observation he was certain that he couldn't break the seal with his current strength. Since he couldn't break it he could try. Who knew, he might even be able to fix it. He was a daring person and he could make a move if he wanted to. The Ice Emperor watched Lu Yin approach the hole in the Sourcebox's array, and he grew flustered. Alliance Master Lu, are you confident? Lu Yin nodded. 90%. The Ice Emperor relaxed but he was still worried. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He meant that he wasn't confident, but it didn't matter even if he failed since it wouldn't affect him much. Not long after, Lu Yin soared into the sky and looked down at the hole where the cold wind was howling. More than 700 stars revolved around his body as he charged down. The Ice Emperor was nervous and stared into the distance. Not long after, the cold wind stopped. The Ice Emperor was delighted. He had made the right choice by kidnapping this brat. But the next moment an even more berserk cold wind swept towards the sky. Lu Yin turned into a block of ice and smashed into the distance before shattering. Ice Emperor, block the cold wind. There was no need for him to say anything as the Ice Emperor had already acted the moment the cold wind started to wreak havoc. This cold wind was far stronger than the previous ones, and if it continued to wreak havoc in Extreme Ice City, the barrier would not be able to stop it. The Ice Emperor glared at Lu Yin. Didn't you say that you would succeed? Lu Yin was helpless. I didn't say that it would be 100%. The Ice Emperor was furious and he wanted to teach Lu Yin a lesson. However, he forcefully restrained himself and waved a hand to stop the cold wind. He then stood in the sky. Think of a way to fix the Sourcebox array. Lu Yin anxiously asked, Senior, can you block all of the cold wind? The Ice Empress glared at Lu Yin. You want me to be the core of a Sourcebox array? Lu Yin was helpless. There's no other way. Senior, please hold them off for a while. I'll contact a powerful Origin Formation Master. The Ice Empress panicked. Hurry up, the wind is getting colder and colder. Even if I can block it, the extreme cold that's spilling out is enough to freeze the entire Extreme Ice City. Lu Yin activated his gadget, but he suddenly remembered that he was on the Royal Frost Continent, and there was no signal coverage here. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind and he looked up at the Ice Empress. Senior, open a spatial crack that leads to the blazing mist flow zone. This junior will contact a powerful lockbreaker right away. Hurry up, said the Ice Empress. As she spoke, she raised her hand. Cold chi distorted the void and tore it apart. Senior, are you unable to guide the cold to the blazing mist flow zone? The Ice Empress replied, it's possible, but countless people within the blazing mist flow zone will also be frozen to death. That wouldn't do. What about the other folded spaces? The Ice Empress said angrily, do you think it's so easy to open a folded space? If you're not an emissary, you'll easily suffer a backlash if you try to tear open a folded space. Even an emissary would be in danger. Lu Yin thought about it and realized that she was right. Xinwu continent's folded space had been torn open by Guyu first, which was why the later generations had been able to reach the Enlighter realm. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He opened the spatial crack again and thought about it. But even if you ask a powerful lockbreaker, it'll still take time. How long can you last? The Ice Empress gritted her teeth. 1 month at most. After that, the cold will be enough to break through Extreme Ice City's defenses. At that time, the billions of people in the city will be frozen. The spatial crack that led to the blazing mist flow zone opened, and a portion of the cold was absorbed by the crack. Lu Yin also successfully contacted Saul through his gadget. On planet Hydratink, Saul had been in a bad mood recently because of Jeffrey's return. Lu Yin had thought that Jeffrey would seek him out for what had happened on Source Peak Planet, but the old man seemed to be very happy, as if he had hit the jackpot. Not only did he not care about Source Peak Planet's collapse or the box that had been stolen from the secret room, but the old man even hugged Lu Yin's shoulder as if they were close friends. He even asked Lu Yin to drink with him every day. Saul was a very serious person, but he was also a very idealistic person. However, at this moment Jeffrey had made him lose his temper. There was a thump as Jeffrey smashed the wine barrel onto the ground, giving Saul a fright. Come on, old Saul. Drink up. Ha! Jeffrey was a withered old man, and aside from being ugly, there was nothing special about him. Regardless of whether it was his tone or his demeanor, he was just like a scoundrel. At least that was what Saul thought. President, I don't want to drink, Saul said coldly. Jeffrey patted Saul's shoulder. Don't be like that, old Saul. You've been holding it in for so many years and now you're finally free. Ah. Saul's forehead twitched. If anyone else heard this, they would misunderstand. Didn't you want true insight? Tell me and I'll give it to you. If you don't tell me, how will I know what you want? It's been so many years and I still thought that you wanted something else, so I kept an eye on you. Sorry, ha. Jeffrey laughed. The corners of Saul's eyes twitched. President, you drank too much. At that moment, Saul's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and was shocked. President, Lu Yin contacted me. Jeffrey looked at Saul's gadget. Lu Yin? Was it that powerful little fellow? Why is he contacting you? Saul replied, this is his territory. In name, we're staying at his place. Jeffrey lifted the barrel and downed it in one gulp. Great. Saul no longer held any expectations for Jeffrey, so he activated his gadget. Lu Yin's voice sounded out. Saul, help me contact President Jeffrey. Saul was stunned and subconsciously looked around as he thought that Lu Yin was looking at him. Lu Yin repeated himself. Did you hear that? Help me contact President Jeffrey. Saul looked at Jeffrey. President Alliance Master Lu is looking for you. Jeffrey put down the barrel and burped. His cheeks were puffy and his eyes were red. He looked like he had drunk too much. Alliance Master Lu? Looking for me? He wobbled as he grabbed Saul's gadget. I'm Jeffrey. On the Royal Frost continent, Lu Yin was speechless as Jeffrey was right next to him. This junior is Lu Yin. Senior, are you President Jeffrey? That's me. Do you want to have a drink? Jeffrey shouted. Lu Yin solemnly replied, Senior, this junior has something to ask of you. Ask of me? Do we know each other? Jeffrey retorted, grabbing the barrel and taking a big gulp. Lu Yin replied, this junior has been rude, but this concerns the lives of hundreds of millions of people. Please help me. Jeffrey put down the barrel. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. What is it? Speak. Lu Yin replied, I'm currently on the Royal Frost continent, and there's a source box array seal beneath the continent. However, because there's a hole in the array, it's releasing cold air. If it's not repaired within a month, then the cold air will freeze the entire Royal Frost continent. When that happens, The hundreds of millions of people on the Royal Frost continent will be frozen to death. I hope that you can help repair the source box array on account of the hundreds of millions of lives that are in danger. Jeffrey's eyes lit up. Source box array? Repair? Interesting. Where is it? Blazing mist flow zone, Royal Frost continent, Lu Yin replied. Jeffrey burped. All right, I'll take a look at this source box array. He then collapsed with a thump. Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. He then called out 2 more times and Saul's helpless voice came from the other side. Alliance Master Lu, the president is drunk. Lu Yin was confused. Drunk? Saul sighed. The president's wine is very unique. Even envoys would get drunk after drinking it and they would remain drunk for at least half a month to a month. Lu Yin's expression changed. Can you wake him up? Sorry, I can't. Saul was helpless. Lu Yin was stunned. What was this? Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. We'll try our best to wake the president up. Once he wakes up, he'll definitely head to the Royal Frost continent. We should be able to make it in time. Lu Yin grew anxious. Does the president still remember what just happened? Don't worry, we all know about the president's habit. That's why his gadget is always open to record everything that happens. Since he agreed to go to the Royal Frost continent, he won't go back on his word. We just have to wait for the president to wake up. Lu Yin was speechless. If this had become a habit, then Jeffrey must have had this problem for a long time. Helpless, Lu Yin gave Saul a few more instructions before ending the call and falling into deep thought. In the distance, the Ice Emperor shouted, "How was it?" Lu Yin thought about it. I managed to contact President Jeffrey from the Outerverse. He agreed to come. The Ice Emperor was delighted. Within a month, Lu Yin replied. The Ice Emperor's eyes widened. What's the specifics? Lu Yin was helpless and he relayed Saul's message to the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor almost coughed up blood. This matter concerned the lives of hundreds of millions of people on the Royal Frost continent, but the president had actually gotten drunk. However, he could not blame Jeffrey, as the man was not from the Royal Frost continent and had no obligation to save them. It was already good enough that he had agreed to come. This was how the universe worked. A planet could be destroyed in an instant, but it was normal for hundreds of millions of lives on a planet to be destroyed. The Ice Emperor was anxious. Alliance Master Lu, can you contact other lock breakers? Lu Yin was troubled. There are, but I'm not confident. They might not give me face. The Ice Emperor was both helpless and anxious. Senior, this junior might have a way to extend the time. Lu Yin had just finished speaking when the Ice Emperor rejected him. There's no need. Lu Yin blinked as the Ice Emperor did not trust him. Senior, I'm not trying to repair the source box array. I'm just trying to find someone to help you control the cold. The more experts there are, the more they can stop the cold even if it descends. It won't harm Extreme Ice City. The Ice Emperor was annoyed. You can find an emissary? That's useless. Unless there's a relatively high temperature, there's no way to control the cold. This cold can freeze the void, so it's easy to control. I can do it alone. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, have you heard of the Blaze Realm? End of chapter. Chapter 12:22. The blazing mist flow zone was very large and it was one of the 8 flow zones closest to the Outerverse. Many of the Innerverse transactions came from the blazing mist flow zone. Outer space was vast and boundless, and no matter how many people there were, it was very difficult to spot a spacecraft in many of the regions. The chances of 2 spacecraft meeting were not high, but in the blazing mist flow zone, the chances of that happening were many times higher. On this day, a spaceship met with another spaceship. Then a battle broke out. The spacecraft that was attacked was from the Blaze Realm. No one in the blazing mist flow zone dared to attack a spacecraft from the Blaze Realm, as the attacker was from the Tinder Alliance. The battle quickly ended, and there was only one person left alive in the Blaze Realm's spacecraft. Both of his arms had been severed, and he lay on the ground, staring in despair at the dozens of cultivators from the Tinder Alliance who had surrounded him. You just wait. The Blaze Realm won't let you off. The Blaze Realm cultivator on the ground roared. His sinister appearance was terrifying. At that moment, a man walked over with a cruel smile on his face. Do you still remember me? Senior brother? The Blaze Realm cultivator lying on the ground looked at the man and was shocked. Third bro, how are you still alive? The man laughed heartily and looked down at the Blaze Realm cultivator. How am I still alive? Are you surprised? That's right, I survived. Back then we agreed to split the resources equally, but you killed second bro and fourth bro and threw me into outer space. How can a Lemeter survive in outer space? Fortunately, I was saved by the Tinder Alliance. The Blaze Realm cultivator stared at the man in a daze and then laughed bitterly. So that's how it is. No wonder you attacked me. Was it all because of you? The man squatted down and stared at the Blaze Realm cultivator. That's right. I've been watching you for a long time. The Blaze Realm cultivator closed his eyes. Kill me, but don't forget that you're also from the Blaze Realm and know how terrifying they are. You rats from the Tinder Alliance can't hide from us. Even if you escape to the Outerverse, you won't be able to survive. The man laughed maniacally and slapped the Blaze Realm cultivator's face, leaving a red and swollen mark. Under the Blaze Realm cultivator's sinister gaze, the man proudly said, "The Blaze Realm won't be arrogant for long. Let me tell you something that you won't be able to rest in peace." He paused and then lowered his voice. The Tinder Alliance has found the entrance to the Royal Frost continent and it's on planet. The city lord is already dead, and there isn't a single enlighter with their power of the world. The Blaze Realm cultivator's eyes. The Blaze Realm, the man, don't you know that the Royal Ice continent has a secret technique? The Blaze Realm cultivator's eyes narrowed. What did you say? The man smiled cruelly. The Royal Frost continent has a secret technique that the natives don't even know about. Our Tinder Alliance accidentally wandered into the continent and saw it. That's the secret technique. The Royal Frost continent doesn't know about it, but we do. We'll be able to obtain it soon, and when that time comes, how will the Blaze Realm resist us? The Blaze Realm has too many enemies, and it's even an enemy of the Outerverse's Great Eastern Alliance. When the time comes, we'll cooperate with the Great Eastern Alliance and use the secret technique to easily exterminate the Blaze Realm. The Blaze Realm cultivator stared at the man in a daze. The Royal Frost continent really has a secret technique? Of course. Those natives don't even know that it's a secret technique. They think that it's an ancient document. So, do you still hope that the Blaze Realm will avenge you? I'll make sure that you die in peace, the man said arrogantly. The Blaze Realm cultivator, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The refiner's expression was strange, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The man frowned. What's with that expression? The Blaze Realm cultivator suddenly smiled. Even though he was enduring intense pain and facing such a desperate situation, he still smiled. His smile was chilling. The Blaze Realm already knows. The man's expression changed and he looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on a gadget in a corner and he immediately destroyed it. The Blaze Realm cultivator laughed. It's too late. The Blaze Realm already knows. Is Goo Planet there? And the secret technique? Third bro, you're still as stupid as ever. You want me to die in peace? Your Blaze Alliance is finished and it's completely gone. The man was enraged and he slapped the Blaze Realm cultivator to death. The rest of the Blaze Alliance fell silent as they watched the scene unfold in shock. The man waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. After everyone left, he opened his gadget and said, "Done." At the same time in the Blaze Realm, the news was being passed down layer by layer until it finally reached Zhu's ears. Zhu thought that he had misheard, and he looked at the middle-aged man standing respectfully in front of him. His name was Ban and he was just an ordinary elder from the Blaze Realm. However, today he had come to tell Zhu that he had discovered a secret technique. What a joke. I'll give you one more chance. If you lie to me, you know the consequences. Zhu's voice was loud, and as he spoke, flames ignited in the sky and illuminated the universe. Ban trembled and said in horror, I received a report that the Royal Frost Continent's city lord has died, and the Blaze Alliance has discovered a secret technique there. He then played the conversation from before. Zhu listened, but his rationality told him that it was impossible. Even if there was a secret technique, how could the Royal Frost Continent not recognize it? The more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. However, this matter was too important, and how many people in the Innerverse knew a secret technique? Not even the Day-Night clan. Send someone to Goo Planet to investigate. Sect Master, Elder C has already sent someone. We just happen to have someone on Goo Planet, Ban said. Not long after, Ban's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and was delighted. Sect Master, Remnants of the Blaze Alliance have been discovered on Gu Planet. They've also discovered a frozen planet nearby. It must be the entrance to the Royal Frost Continent. Zhu Xian's eyes flashed. The Royal Frost Continent was a colossus hidden in the Blaze Realm, and its strength was no weaker than the Blaze Realms. There was an envoy-level powerhouse there who was known as the Frost Emperor. Because of this, the three great powers had yet to make a move on the Royal Frost Continent. Zhu Xian had fought with the Frost Emperor before and he was very difficult to deal with. Was there really a secret technique? As he recalled the various rumors about the Royal Frost Continent, Zhu Xian suddenly recalled that the previous sect master had said that the Royal Frost Continent seemed to be protecting something from an ancient era. If it was as the previous sect master had said, then there might be a secret technique. The Royal Frost Continent had always been sealed, so it was reasonable that they could not recognize the technique. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Zhu Xian made a prompt decision. Gather the Heavenly Fire Army. Target Gu Planet. Even if the Royal Frost Continent did not have a secret technique, it was worth it to take this opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger. The Blaze Realm had wanted to destroy the Royal Frost Continent more than once. Yes, Sect Master. Kun Ban was overjoyed. This was his subordinate's contribution, which was why he could directly report to the Sect Master. If he succeeded, his status would rise greatly and his future would be limitless. Gu Planet belonged to the Blaze Realm and was located at the southern border of the Blaze Realm. It was close to the Sylvan Dragon clan and coincidentally not far from the Ross Empire. It was equivalent to the intersection of the three powers. Once upon a time, the Royal Frost Continent. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The continent was exposed. Its location was not on Gu Planet, but it was not far from it. Of course, only the Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Sylvan Dragon clan's higher-ups knew of this information. This was also the basis for Zhu Xian to confirm the authenticity of the information. The lower-level people would not know the location of the Royal Frost Continent. Cold air spread from the void crack. Gu Planet, including the surrounding space, was frozen white. The starry sky was like a frozen river of stars that spread far and wide. Outside the river of stars, spacecraft from the Blaze Realm descended and surrounded the area. Zhu Xian had already appeared outside the frozen river of stars and was looking at the void crack with his hands clasped behind his back. He was a cautious person, and the Royal Frost Continent's existence had not been exposed for so many years. Whether it was because of the City Lord's death or for some other reason, even if he was certain that he was invincible, he would not rashly enter the Royal Frost Continent. With that thought in mind, he ordered, "Burn the Royal Frost Continent." The Blaze Realm was most proficient in flames, and following Zhu Xian's orders, endless flames spread out. They first melted the frozen starry sky and then burned the surrounding planets, causing many of them to collapse, including Gu Planet. Fortunately, no one lived on the surrounding planets and they were not suitable for human habitation. The Blaze Realm was led by Zhu Xian. Eccentric Qi, Elder Si, Kun Ban and the other experts arrived. Once Zhu Xian gave the order, Kun Ban was the first to rush out. The rest, including more than 10 hunters, all rushed out together. Together with 100 cruisers and over 1,000 explorers, they attacked with all their might. All sorts of fire battle techniques were used and they spread into the void crack. On the Royal Frost Continent, the Ice Emperor saw the flames spreading in the outer space. He was delighted and retreated. Very quickly, the flames surged in and swept towards the Royal Frost Continent. However, the moment the flames reached the continent, they were frozen by the frigid air and transformed into flames that fell down and disappeared. The Ice Emperor said, "These flames aren't enough to resist the frigid air." Luin saw this. "Don't worry, Senior. The Blaze Realm isn't this weak." The Ice Emperor replied, "I know. I've fought with them before." Lu Yin was astonished as it seemed that the Ice Emperor did not spend much time on the Royal Frost Continent. In outer space, the flames were frozen the moment they entered the Royal Frost Continent. The Blaze Realm's cultivators all saw this, and they all increased the power of their flames. However, once they entered the Royal Frost Continent, they were all frozen as expected. Yushu looked at Elder Si. Elder Si's name was Si Pinghai, and he was an enlighter whose power level had reached 290,000. There were only 3 enlighters in the entire Blaze Realm, and Si Pinghai had surpassed Hua Haoi and was second only to eccentric Qi. Zhu looked over and walked out. The flames around his body transformed into a giant bird that charged into the royal frost continent. Along the way it not only burned and distorted the void, but it also turned Kuan Ban and the others' flames into nothingness. Flames burned flames, and this was an extreme suppression of power. Everyone watched as the flaming bird ferociously charged into the royal frost continent before being frozen and disappearing without any signs of life. Si Pinghai's face changed and he gritted his teeth. He increased the power of his flames and took out a power vessel at the same time, causing the flaming bird to grow even larger. It charged into the royal frost continent, but it was still frozen. Zhu frowned and looked at eccentric Qi. This is going to be troublesome. Eccentric Qi was not Si Pinghai, and he had a unique position in the Blaze realm. He was an elder with a power level of over 400,000, and even Zhu had to respect him. Thank you for your support, brothers. End of chapter. Chapter 12:23. Eccentric Qi sighed. When I was young, I followed my master to attack the Royal Frost Continent. My Blaze realm has fought with the Royal Frost Continent many times, but I've never encountered such a cold Qi. Seems like something has really happened to the Royal Frost Continent. He then walked past Si Pinghai and approached the spatial tear step by step. The spatial tear's chill was oppressive, and because of the Ice Empress, Eccentric Qi could not see inside. He stared at the spatial tear for a while before flames filled the sky around him. He transformed into a flaming giant that burned through space. God of Fire. The God of Fire had once fought Lu Yin in the Outerverse, and now it had descended once more. Not only did the God of Fire possess extreme heat, but it could also synchronize with Eccentric Qi's thoughts. In other words, the God of Fire was Eccentric Qi. The appearance of the God of Fire excited everyone from the Blaze realm, as this was one of their strongest battle techniques. With a whoosh, the God of Fire charged into the spatial tear. Within the Royal Frost Continent, the Ice Empress had changed her appearance and lowered her cultivation under Lu Yin's persuasion. She had even forced out some blood and was prepared to spit it out at any moment. When the God of Fire charged into the Royal Frost Continent, it blocked the chill. The Frost Qi was not difficult to block, but it was difficult to isolate it completely. This was also the reason why the Ice Empress was helpless. Even if she isolated the Frost Qi from sweeping across the Royal Frost Continent, the low temperature would descend upon the entire Royal Frost Continent over time. Even if the temperature dropped by just a few degrees, it would be disastrous for the Royal Frost Continent. The God of Fire's body emitted a high temperature that blocked the chill. It shone like a red sun in the south of the Royal Frost Continent, and it quickly attracted the attention of Extreme Ice City. Fortunately, the experts there were all stopped by the Ice Empress. The flames on the God of Fire's body froze from time to time, but they quickly melted away. It looked around at the vast expanse of whiteness, and in the distance was Extreme Ice City. Just as the God of Fire was about to charge towards the city, the Ice Empress appeared in the form of an old man. She raised a hand and slapped the God of Fire. The God of Fire snorted and flames covered the sky, turning the white sky red in the blink of an eye. This shocked countless people in Extreme Ice City, but of course, it also brought warmth. To the people of Extreme Ice City, high temperatures meant warmth and they liked it. You still dare to resist? Do you think your Royal Frost Continent can resist the Blaze Domain? The Great Fire God said in a shocked voice. The Ice Empress, who had transformed into a small old man, shouted with all her might, "Even if the entire Royal Frost Continent is burned to ashes, we will never surrender." With that, her clothes began to burn and her skin began to crack. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Die. With that, she borrowed the power of the cold wind, causing the white ice in the sky to turn into a 5-ringed ice plum blossom that completely froze the fire god and shattered him. Lu Yin stared blankly at the screen. Inside the Extreme Ice City, countless people were shocked. Although the high temperature of the flames brought warmth, the two words fire region made them panic. Humans were fearful of the unknown. Most of the people in the Extreme Ice City had no idea what was going on in the outside world. Many people thought that they were the only ones in the universe. Xianxia looked towards the south and frowned. How did the Fire Domain find the Royal Frost Continent? Their attacks had failed several times, so why were they here again? He wanted to go and take a look, but the City Lord's voice stopped him and the experts in the Extreme Ice City. What was the City Lord doing? And what role did His Highness play in all of this? Ku Wei stood not too far away from Xianxia and was at a loss. However, he had a feeling that this had something to do with Seventh Bro. In outer space, as the fire god was frozen and cracked open, Eccentric Chi's face paled and he panted heavily as he glared at the spatial crack. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He walked over to Master Red. Sect Master, there's no one in the Royal Frost Continent who can resist us. That emissary city lord should really be dead. I can't sense his aura, and there's only an old man with a power level of more than 300,000 blocking us. Master Red's eyes lit up. Did you see any secret techniques? Eccentric Chi shook his head. No. What did the people from the Tinderflame Alliance say? Master Red replied, they said that it's in the city. Eccentric Chi replied, there is indeed a city. The Royal Frost Continent isn't that big, and with Sect Master's strength, you should be able to sweep through it. Master Red nodded. Let's take a look. Check it out a few more times. Eccentric Chi nodded. All right. Within the Royal Frost Continent, the flames swept out once more. This time, Eccentric Chi joined forces with the others, and the flames swept across the sky above the Royal Frost Continent. Not only did they suppress the cold, but they also brought an even greater amount of warmth to the extreme ice city. Even the sky had turned red. Luyin smiled. I've heard of Master Red before. He's a cautious person and he definitely wants to observe for a few more days before entering. The Ice Empress replied, if Master Red were to enter, I would definitely step forward to stop him. At that time he'll realize that he's been tricked and this move of yours will be meaningless. Luyin replied, I didn't just reveal this to Master Red. The Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire also know about this. If Master Red knows that he's been tricked, then what about the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire? The three powers are all suspicious, and Master Red can't be sure that there's no secret technique here. The only way is to destroy the Royal Frost Continent first. With Senior's strength, you should be able to block the experts from the three powers, and the high temperatures in the Blaze Realm can prevent the cold from spreading. This way, the Royal Frost Continent will have time to wait for President Jeffrey. The Ice Empress looked at Luyin with a meaningful gaze. Alliance Master Lu is indeed smart. You want to use my Royal Frost Continent to eliminate a strong opponent. Luyin shook his head. Senior, are you saying that this junior's idea isn't good? The Ice Empress turned to look at the spatial tear. Good, that's great. It's so good that it can help my Royal Frost Continent, and it can also help you eliminate a strong opponent. Luyin blinked. This junior doesn't understand. The Ice Empress sighed. The world is ever-changing and not everything can be calculated. Alliance Master Lu, have you ever considered that your actions will make me suspect that you're intentionally destroying the seal and using my Royal Frost Continent as a wager for your great ambitions? Luyin was about to speak when the Ice Empress interrupted him. Of course, I'm not suspecting you. You don't have the ability to intentionally destroy the seal. Senior, you're overthinking things. The Ice Empress seriously replied, you could have gained my Royal Frost Continent's friendship. Luyin looked at the Ice Empress back. Using the Blaze Realm to contain the cold, and using the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons to pressure the Blaze Realm is beneficial to the Royal Frost Continent. But if these three powers enter my Royal Frost Continent, they'll definitely suffer heavy losses. I've heard of Alliance Master Lu's experiences. The Outerverse has already been unified and the next step will be the Innerverse. This idea will help Alliance Master Lu eliminate his enemies, right? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. If we can kill two birds with one stone, why not? The Ice Empress wanted to retort that Lu Yin was using him, but after thinking about it there was nothing worth retorting about. From Lu Yin's perspective this idea was too good, and from the Ice Empress perspective he could not think of any other alternative. I've already helped Senior invite President Jeffrey to help stall for time. This is all based on the fact that Senior kidnapped me. If Senior feels that I'm in the wrong then I'll leave immediately, Lu Yin said coldly. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Ice Empress' expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin and forced a smile. I'm overthinking things. Please don't mind me, Alliance Master Lu. He had only been unhappy about being used, but he had already thought things through. Why would Lu Yin help him? Since Lu Yin had already helped him, then there was nothing wrong with helping him back. Lu Yin snorted. You're helping someone yet you're still being cold. Senior's actions are a little disappointing. The Ice Empress' voice was hoarse. My tone just now wasn't very nice. Please don't mind me, Alliance Master Lu. How about this? Once this matter is over, you can ask for anything. As long as my Royal Frost Continent is able to do it, we will not refuse. Lu Yin pointed at the spatial tear. I want to enter the Royal Frost Continent's 3 main powers. None of them will be able to escape. The Ice Empress' expression changed as Lu Yin was blatantly using him to deal with the blazing mist flow zone. He wanted to refuse, but when he saw Lu Yin's resolute gaze, he remembered that Lu Yin was the only one who could contact Jeffrey. Besides, if there were any problems with the seal in the future, he might need Lu Yin's help. Helpless, the Ice Empress said, I'll do my best, but Alliance Master Lu shouldn't have too much hope. The 3 powers are not to be trifled with, and blocking them is already the limit. Lu Yin did not intend to force the issue as he was already very satisfied with this outcome. The Ice Empress was right. He wanted to use the Royal Frost Continent to deal with the blazing mist flow zone's main powers. He would not forget the Blaze Realm's enmity with the Great Eastern Alliance, nor would he forget the enmity between him and the Blaze Realm. He also would not forget the Ross Empire's invasion of the Great Yu Empire and the Sylvan Dragon's disdain for the Outerverse. These were all old grudges with the blazing mist flow zone. Even without these old grudges, the blazing mist flow zone was still a place that Lu Yin had to enter. This would be the Great Eastern Alliance's first stop when they entered the Innerverse. Of course, he had not intentionally destroyed the Royal Frost Continent seal. He was not so cruel as to gamble with the lives of the entire continent's people. Several days passed by quickly, and the resistance between the flames and the cold caused the Royal Frost Continent to experience its first rain in many years. The downpour was accompanied by bone-chilling winds, and to the people of Extreme Ice City, this was a mystical sight as they had never seen rain before. Even though the rain was bone-chilling, it felt very warm to them. Many believed that this was due to the city lord's efforts. Xianxia looked to the south with a complicated expression. What were the city lord and his highness doing? If they did not give an explanation, then those old fellows in the city would be so anxious that they would hang themselves. Ku Wei, on the other hand, was very leisurely, and his happiest time was to go out and hunt for beauties. He had discovered that the women here were not dressed too tightly, and they were even a little revealing. There was a wild and ancient style to them, and it was possible to see their snow-white skin with just a few moves. He liked this style. I say, Yen Yen, you really don't know how lucky you are. This place is so beautiful and those girls are so lively. Look, they're even throwing flirtatious glances at Brother Wei. Huh. Ku Wei laughed and winked at a young girl who was passing by. The girl smiled and quickly walked away. Xianxia glanced at him. According to Extreme Ice City's rules, anyone who has intimate relations with a girl must stay in Extreme Ice City forever and cannot leave. Ku Wei was stunned. Can't I bring them out? Xianxia turned back and looked to the south. No, you have to stay here even if you have to break your legs. The corner of Ku Wei's mouth twitched. In the distance, a young girl was looking at him playfully. He laughed dryly and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at her again. He would rather die than stay in this broken city forever. A few more days passed, and during this time eccentric Qi entered as the fire god a few times. Each time he was destroyed by the Ice Empress disguised as the little old man. The Ice Empress acting skills were not for show, and she would spit out blood every time she attacked. The next time she attacked she would appear even weaker, but she was always able to defeat the fire god. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 12:24. Lu Yin watched the Ice Emperor's performance with admiration, as he was certain that Curmudgeon Qi had not noticed anything amiss. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as Curmudgeon Qi had not noticed anything amiss. He was certain that there were no experts left on the Royal Frost Continent, and the only emissary was definitely dead. After hearing Curmudgeon Qi's confirmation, Curmudgeon Qi finally moved. Finally, Lord Hong made his move. He took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was outside the spatial rift. Then he took another step forward and entered the spatial rift, entering the Royal Frost Continent. The moment Curmudgeon Qi entered the Royal Frost Continent, the entire continent shook. Flames turned into clouds that spread out and quickly melted the ice on the ground. The once white Royal Frost Continent quickly melted and even caused a flood. The Ice Emperor looked up. He's finally here. He then vanished. Lu Yin looked at Curmudgeon Chi. He had faced an emissary more than once, and he had even killed the 6th mainland's imprinter, who was an emissary. However, that had been with external items, and even with his current strength he could not directly face an emissary. Even dealing with a powerhouse with a power level of 400,000 was extremely difficult. Emissaries were different from ordinary cultivators, as their battles were on a different level. It was said that they used astral sources, not star energy. Lu Yin could not understand the difference in levels. Curmudgeon Chi appeared and looked towards the distant Arctic city. The moment Lu Yin saw him, he sensed it. Just as he was about to look over, the Ice Emperor appeared and froze him without a word. Curmudgeon Chi froze Curmudgeon Chi, and he looked at the Ice Emperor in shock. "You're not dead." The Ice Emperor shouted, "Of course I'm not dead." He then slapped at Curmudgeon Chi. Curmudgeon Chi's eyes went wide, and flames connected the sky and the earth, shaking the entire Royal Frost continent. Lu Yin was roasted by the high temperature and he kept retreating. When he looked up again, the two had already disappeared. He looked around in confusion. Where did they go? This was a battle between emissaries. Master Yuan had once said that they were in the real universe, but they were fighting in another void. In the universe, humans could only see space. Different creatures could see different colors and spaces, and some creatures could see deeper layers of space than humans, such as the astral beast domain's void wanderers. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. If Curmudgeon Chi attacked him right now, he would not be able to resist. With that thought in mind, he quickly put on his universal armor. The sky suddenly split open, and a crack extended across the entire Emperor Frost continent. Flames poured down like a waterfall, but they were frozen by the cold air. This scene was extremely spectacular, as if the earth had been flipped over. Countless people in the extreme ice city were terrified. If those flames had been scattered, the entire royal ice continent would have been burned. A streak of red appeared in the sky and then disappeared. The Ice Empress appeared soon after, standing high in the sky as she stared at the spatial crack. She slowly descended and landed not far from Lu Yin. When will the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire appear? Are you sure that the various powers of the Innerverse won't attack the Royal Frost continent because of the secret technique? The Ice Empress was still worried and asked Lu Yin again. Lu Yin had given her the same answer from the very beginning, and this time he gave her the same answer. No, they won't. If they really can't do anything, then let them go to the Starsibyl sect. Not everyone believes in this bait, and the Blaze Realm believes in it more because of their desire and geographical location. The Ice Empress was still worried. Lu Yin replied, "There's no other way. Do you want the Royal Frost continent to be frozen and billions of people to die, or do you want to take a gamble? Are you betting that Mr. Jeffrey will wake up sooner?" The Ice Empress was helpless. "I hope what you said is true. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." In the blazing mist flow zone outside the spatial crack on planet Gugu, Lord Red appeared and almost fell down. His face was pale and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He did not let the cultivators from the Blaze Realm see him and instead directly entered his spacecraft. Curmudgeon Chi, Si Ping Hai and the rest were shocked when they saw Lord Red. "Sect Master, what happened?" Lord Red looked up with a fierce expression. "The Ice Empress isn't dead." Everyone was stunned. Curmudgeon Chi was in disbelief. "How is that possible? I've gone in multiple times, but there's no trace of the Ice Empress." Lord Red gritted his teeth. "We've been tricked." Kun Ban was terrified. As if he had been tricked, he would have been the first to suffer. He quickly said, "Sect Master, there's no reason for the Ice Empress to play dead. The Royal Frost continent has always been hidden in a folded space, and it has no conflict of interest with the Blaze Realm. There's no reason for her to play dead to lure us out." "That's right, Sect Master. The Royal Frost continent has lived peacefully in our blazing mist flow zone for so many years. There's no reason for her to do this now," Si Ping Hai said. Lord Red looked up. "What if she cooperates with the Tinder Alliance?" Curmudgeon Chi shook his head. "The Tinder Alliance is just a bunch of trash. They don't have the right to cooperate with the emissaries." Lord Red was irritated. "Let's retreat first and surround this place. I want to see what that old fogey is up to." "As Sect Master." Suddenly Lord Red stood up and looked to the east. His expression changed. "Sylvan Dragons." Everyone was puzzled and Curmudgeon Chi frowned. "The Sylvan Dragons are here." In the distance, hundreds and thousands of sylvan dragons swam through space and approached planet Gu. Many cultivators from the Blaze realm watched them warily. The spaceship appeared rather small in front of the sylvan dragons, and at the very front was a colossal sylvan dragon that was several times larger than the other sylvan dragons. Every time the meatball at its tail swung, it tore apart the starry sky. It was the patriarch of the sylvan dragons, the Dragon Lord who had attained the combat power of an emissary. When the Dragon Lord appeared, its large eyes swept across the crowd. The cultivators from the Blaze realm were terrified and none of them dared to make a sound. The Skyfire Corps was the Blaze realm's most elite army, but they were still afraid of facing so many sylvan dragons. "My old friend Lord Red, since you're here, why don't you come out and meet us?" The Dragon Lord's voice shook the sky. Many of the Blaze realm's spacecraft exploded, unable to withstand the Dragon Lord's pressure. Lord Red appeared in space and his expression returned to normal. He calmly looked at the Dragon Lord. "This is the Blaze realm's territory. Why have you brought so many descendants here, Dragon Lord? Are you trying to start a war with the Blaze realm?" The Dragon Lord grinned. "Of course not. I heard that the Royal Frost Continent appeared, so I wanted to go in and take a look." Lord Red raised his eyebrows. "What Royal Frost Continent? Where did you hear that from?" The Dragon Lord's large eyes turned to stare at Lord Red. "You still want to hide it? The Blaze realm can't be thinking of monopolizing the Royal Frost Continent's secret technique, right?" Lord Red frowned. "You've been tricked. The Royal Frost Continent doesn't have any secret techniques, and that old fogey is still alive." The Dragon Lord was shocked. "The Ice Emperor is still alive? Didn't you say he was dead?" "That's why you've been tricked," Lord Red said. The Dragon Lord obviously didn't believe him. "So be it. I still have to go in and take a look. It's good to greet the Ice Emperor since the Royal Frost Continent isn't weak." Lord Red stared at the Dragon Lord. He felt that he had been tricked, but just as Si Pinghai and the others had said, what was the point of the Ice Emperor faking his death? There was no reason for them to do so, and the Alliance didn't have the ability to do so. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Only a fool would believe that the Fire Realm would join forces and use the Royal Frost Continent to destroy the Blaze Realm and benefit the Alliance. Since there was no reason for the Ice Emperor to fake his death, then the Alliance's information might not have been false. However, the fact that the Ice Emperor wasn't dead was still suspicious. Lord Red was bewildered. He didn't know what the Royal Frost Continent's goal was, but did the secret technique really not exist? He couldn't be sure. Seeing Lord Red's attitude, the Dragon Lord was even more convinced that the Royal Frost Continent had a secret technique. "Old friend, it seems like you really want to monopolize the secret technique. Don't even think about it. It's not just the Sylvan Dragon clan. That guy from the Ross Empire is here as well. He even brought the Ross Empire's most elite army. You can't monopolize it." After the Dragon Lord spoke, Lord Red looked in another direction. He could feel the aura of someone at the same level as him. The Ross Empire's Luo Huang had arrived. The leaders of the three powers of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had appeared at the same time, and they had even brought their most elite armies with them. Their goal was simple: the Royal Frost Continent. Lord Red didn't care whether or not the information about the Royal Frost Continent was true, but he couldn't allow the Dragon Lord and Luo Huang to enter. What if it was true? If there really was a secret technique, then he would be finished. He would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. This was Lord Red's personality as well as that of most of the universe's ambitious and ruthless people. No one would give up on the Royal Frost Continent. If there really was nothing in the end, then it would be a good opportunity to unite the three powers to eradicate this disaster. Within the spacecraft, Lord Red, Dragon Lord and Luo Huang faced each other. Dragon Lord had transformed into his human form. He was a burly man similar to Lord Red, but he was much more domineering. Although Lord Red looked crude on the outside, he was actually very calculative. As for Luo Huang, his entire body was made of metal, and even his face was made of reflective metal. No one knew what was behind that layer of metal, and his voice was very unique. It was a metallic, mechanical voice that was slightly hoarse. "That means that the Frost Empress is still alive and she even fought with you?" Luo Huang asked. His mechanical eyes scanned Lord Red. Lord Red was most annoyed by Luo Huang's stare, as he felt like he was being seen naked. Someone must be plotting against the Blaze Realm and deliberately spreading false information. It's been so many years, but the Royal Frost continent hasn't appeared of its own accord. Now that it's tearing through the void, there must be something wrong with it, Dragon Lord said. Lord Red looked at Dragon Lord and Luo Huang. How did you get this information? Luo Huang remained silent. Dragon Lord sneered. Your Blaze realm caused such a huge commotion, so how could we not know? Lord Red's gaze turned sharp. Even if they did, they wouldn't have known about the secret technique. It was leaked by someone in your Blaze realm, Luo Huang said. Lord Red was furious. You planted a spy in my Blaze realm? Dragon Lord laughed strangely. Don't say that. It's the same for everyone. Luo Huang looked at Dragon Lord. We didn't plant a spy in your tribe. We couldn't, Lord Red said unhappily. Dragon Lord was pleased. We're from different races. Who's to blame? Alright, the problem now lies with the Frost Empress. As long as we can figure out why he faked his death, we'll know the whole story, Luo Huang said calmly. Lord Red slowly said, the Frost Empress isn't easy to deal with. None of us are her match in a one-on-one fight. Then let's work together, Dragon Lord said. Lord Red frowned. He didn't want to fight the Frost Empress again. Fire suppressed ice and similarly ice suppressed fire. Lord Red would be seriously injured if he fought the Frost Empress, but he didn't feel safe letting these two enter the Royal Frost continent, and they definitely wouldn't feel safe leaving him alone outside. End of chapter. Chapter 1225. Emperor Luo glanced at Master Red. You don't trust us, but we can't retreat either. Let's enter the Royal Frost continent together. Master Red's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Emperor Luo suddenly asked, how's the portal plan? Master Red's tone was gloomy. It's been suppressed by Lu Yin. Didn't I tell you? How exactly did he suppress the portal plan? Emperor Luo asked. Master Red snorted and gave a simple explanation. Dragon Master clenched his fists. That brat is quite powerful. The Sword Sect and Lingling clan were intimidated by him just like that? Master Red replied, there aren't many in the younger generation who can fight him, and the only ones who can definitely beat him are the geniuses from the Neoverse or Lu Tianmu who used the 13th sword. The rest basically have no chance. It won't be difficult for him to kill one of them. Is the Supreme Astral Tournament really that important? Dragon Master asked. The Sylvan Dragons were in an awkward position in the human domain. They were traders of the Astral Beast domain, but they were also considered a foreign race to the human domain. Thus they were ill-informed, which was why they had sought refuge with the Day-Night clan, even if it meant becoming their mount. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had foiled their plans. The Sylvan Dragon's hatred for Lu Yin was no less than the Blaze realms. The enmity between the Ross Empire and the Great Yu Empire had started when Lu Yin had first entered the Astral Combat Academy, and it had continued to this day. No one answered Dragon Master's question, as Master Red also looked down on the Sylvan Dragons. If not for the fact that they were powerful, he would not have allowed them to live in the blazing mist flow zone. Outside the spacecraft, the Sylvan Dragons roared and emitted a strange smell. Among the cultivators from the Blaze realm, some despised them while others were fervent. They all hoped to obtain a Sylvan Dragon as a mount, as that would be impressive. As for the Ross Empire's army, they did not make a single sound. They were truly an army, unlike the Blaze realm's Skyfire army, where cultivators were more important than soldiers. An hour later, Master Red, Dragon Master, and Emperor Luo rushed out of the spacecraft and headed towards the spatial tear on planet Guk. They had decided to explore the Royal Frost continent together. Within the continent, Lu Yin felt uneasy, so he asked again, Senior, the top experts of the blazing mist flow zone's 3 top powers are about to attack. Can you really stop them? From the very beginning, this plan had been based on the assumption that the Royal Frost continent would be able to withstand the blazing mist flow zone's 3 great powers and that the Innerverse would not covet their secret technique. Lu Yin had a way to prevent the Royal Frost continent from being coveted because of the secret technique, but he did not have any confidence in the Ice Emperor. For the blazing mist flow zone to be able to stand tall, the 3 great powers were not to be underestimated. The Ice Empress' expression was calm. I can't win, but I can stall him. Lu Yin pursed his lips and touched his cosmic ring. Delaying them was not his goal. If he did not weaken the 3 great powers, then all of his efforts would have been for naught. Originally he had hoped that the Blaze realm would directly send their troops and experts over, and that the Ice Empress would destroy them. If that did not work, then the Ice Empress would heavily injure Lord Red. But in the previous battle, although the Red Master was defeated, he did not suffer any heavy injuries. He knew that he had underestimated the Red Master and overestimated the Ice Monarch. If there were no accidents, the Ice Monarch would be able to hold back the three of them, but he would not be able to achieve his goal. It would be equivalent to a farce. At most, he would be able to help the Royal Frost Continent. Moreover, could the Ice Monarch really hold them back? But even if the Ice Empress could not hold them back, Lu Yin still had external items. Besides, with his background, Lord Red and the others might not actually dare to make a move against him. Lu Yin knew that background was very important, and he had sought out many forms of protection from the very beginning. The most effective was Leon's Armada, which was nearby and unreasonable. Unfortunately, Leon's Armada had a terrible reputation, and they were constantly being watched by the Hall of Honor. They could take revenge, but it would be troublesome if they attacked a certain flow zone. Right now, Lu Yin had to consider how to weaken the three great powers. He glanced at the spatial tear and then placed his cosmic ring to the side. He opened his hand and his die appeared and began to spin slowly. He was going to take a gamble. The die slowly came to a stop at 4 pips. Lu Yin immediately retrieved his cosmic ring, and the scene before him changed as he appeared within the time-stop space. Everything had gone smoothly, and as long as he could enter this place, Lu Yin would be at ease. He continued to roll his die. He would definitely be able to roll 3 pips in the time-stop space, but it would depend on how many times he rolled. Lu Yin currently had a lot of star essence, so he hoped to roll 3 pips the most. The only problem was that there were many external items that could not be further upgraded due to insufficient materials. For example, the giant's right arm, the single-sided mirror, and the smothering cannon. However, there were 2 items that Lu Yin cared about the most right now. One was the universal armor and the other was the poison. Of his offensive weapons, the owl arrow and the war arrow could be further upgraded, but Lu Yin was not very proficient with arrows, so he was not as proficient with the poison. However, the owl arrow did not necessarily need to be used as an arrow, and a transparent object like this would be best. The universal armor had not been upgraded to its limit yet, as it had consumed too many star essence in the past. Lu Yin estimated that this universal armor, which had been made from materials from the technocracy, would be able to reach a power level of 600,000 to 700,000 rune lines. He tapped his die and it was 6 pips. Useless. Lu Yin calmly sat down and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. At the same time, he increased the gravity within the time-stop space to a level that even he found difficult to bear in order to temper his body. 10 days quickly passed. He rolled his die again and it was 1 pip. Still no use. He rolled it again and it was 5 pips. Still no use. He rolled it again and it was 3 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had succeeded. He looked at the 2 screens and took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he had used 3 pips to upgrade an external item. He missed this feeling, but he also looked forward to it. External items, external items. They were not external items. He could not unify the outer verse, as they had been destroyed when the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. As he thought about this, he tossed the most important universal armor onto the upper screen and then frantically tossed in star essence. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. The universal armor dropped. Lu Yin felt his heart ache as he had spent 3 million star essence just to upgrade it once. He had used up 1.5 million star essence to upgrade it 7 times, so it was normal for him to use 3 million star essence for the 8th upgrade. This was 3 million star essence. 3 million star essence. Lu Yin was about to cough up blood as he had used up far too much energy. He had been the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance for 8 years, but he had only received a little more than 13 million star essence. Now he had used up nearly a quarter of that. Lu Yin felt that he was spending money at a rate comparable to the great powers of the Innerverse, 8 great flow zones. It was comparable to the expenses of an entire organization and countless disciples. Lu Yin gulped as he looked at the universal armor that had been upgraded 8 times. He touched it, and the 7th time the armor had nearly 500,000 rune lines. Now it had surpassed 500,000 rune lines, which was enough to resist an emissary's power level. Lu Yin had spent more than 6 million star essence to break through an emissary's barrier, and this was under the premise that he had obtained the precious materials from the technocracy. If the cost of those materials was factored in, he would not have been able to obtain them even if he had spent more than 10 million star essence. Now the question was whether or not he should upgrade it again. Lu Yin gulped as he looked at the universal armor. He decided to wait and upgrade his poisons first. He was a little flustered as he was afraid that he would not have enough poisons to upgrade it again. Why was it that money was becoming less and less valuable as he upgraded it? Lu Yin was a little depressed. Lu Yin felt that poisons were rather mystical, as if they had no limit, or perhaps they had not reached their limit yet. These poisons had all come from Elder Wu, who was an enlighter who specialized in poisons. Elder Wu was the first and only enlighter that Lu Yin had encountered. The Neo-Human Alliance's vitality poison did not count, as Lu Yin would not have dared to use such a poison even if he had been given one. There were still 7 bottles of Elder Wu's poisons left. They had been upgraded 8 times, and their limit had nearly reached 400,000 rune lines. Now Lu Yin tossed one of the bottles onto the upper screen and continuously tossed in star essence. He tossed it 3 times and used up more than 3 million star essence, which should be close to 500,000 rune lines. This was because the 4th upgrade was very slow and it also consumed a lot of star essence. 2 million star essence. Lu Yin had spent a total of 2 million star essence to upgrade this bottle of poison. He estimated that the rune lines now exceeded a power level of 500,000, which meant that this bottle of poison was enough to pose a threat to an emissary. It had not been easy, as a single bottle of poison had been upgraded 12 times and had consumed nearly 4 million star essence. Even though it was 1/3 less than the universal armor, it was still quite ridiculous. Lu Yin's heart ached once again, but he had no other choice. He had to upgrade what he needed, and one bottle was clearly not enough. As he thought about it, he upgraded another bottle. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring and closed his eyes. He still had more than 7 million star essence left, and he had used up nearly half of it in such a short period of time to upgrade 3 external items. It had not been easy for him to calm down, but he would have more in the future. Money could be earned again after spending it, and he would have more soon. Lu Yin comforted himself as he placed the universal armor on the upper screen and then tossed in star essence to upgrade it again. Otherwise it would not be safe. 25 million star essence was the price to upgrade the universal armor for the 9th time. Lu Yin looked at the less than 1 million star essence left in his cosmic ring and sighed. Although he had lost his money, his life was now safe. It was worth it, worth it, worth it. There were still 2 months left in the time-stop space. Lu Yin sensed his fates and then found that he had fused with another 2 grains. They had not grown much, but they were still unable to conceal the black and white fog. There were still 12 grains left. What exactly was this black and white fog? He could test it out in this place. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin returned to the Royal Frost Continent. Even the Ice Emperor, an envoy-level powerhouse, did not know that Lu Yin had been in this space for several months. Time existed, but it was illusory and had nothing to do with one's strength. The only organization in the entire universe that dared to claim that they were sensitive to time was the Starsibyl sect. Of course, Lu Yin had always thought that they were bragging. Even so, he did not dare to enter the time-stop space in front of the Starsibyl sect. "Your aura?" the Ice Emperor asked as he looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. In that instant he had felt that Lu Yin's aura had changed greatly. How should he describe it? It was a very strange feeling. Lu Yin asked, "Senior Ice Emperor, if the leaders of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's 3 powers split up and one person held you back while the other 2 charged towards Arctic City, what would you do?" Chapter 1226. When he heard Lu Yin's question, the Ice Emperor confidently replied, "One person won't be able to stop me, but I can stop all 3 of them. There's something called a power vessel in the universe. From what I know, the Blaze Realm was able to unlock a tribulation flame a long time ago. The Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire definitely have similar treasures. Senior, are you sure you can stop them?" Lu Yin countered. The Ice Emperor fell silent. "Have a way." Lu Yin raised a hand. "Senior, what do you see?" The Ice Emperor looked at Lu Yin's palm, but there was nothing there. Wait, his gaze turned cold. "There's actually such an arrow?" Lu Yin took out a transparent arrow. "Senior, you didn't see it immediately, and I believe that Master Red and the others are the same. I'll lend it to you." He then tossed the arrow to the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor shook his head. "Transparency only exists in another layer of the void. You can see it as long as you look carefully. Besides, those who have cultivated to the level of an emissary are very sensitive to danger. This arrow's power isn't enough to harm an emissary. Lu Yin then took out a bottle of poison and tossed it to the Ice Emperor. This bottle of poison is enough to harm an emissary. How effective it is depends on the person using it. Combined with the flying owl arrow, I wonder if you can handle all three of them? The Ice Emperor caught the bottle in shock and looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. How do you have so many external items that can threaten an emissary? Lu Yin's lips curled up and he confidently replied, I have someone above me. The Ice Emperor believed him and he truly did. How could Lu Yin have so many external items? At that moment, three figures appeared from a spatial tear in the distance. The Ice Emperor turned around and glared at them. Get out of the Royal Frost Continent. Master Red and the others looked at each other. Destroy this old bastard. The entire sky cracked open. Under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, the world froze as the Ice Emperor displayed his true strength. He used his extreme cold to instantly freeze Crimson Lord's flames and the Luo Sovereign. An ice spear appeared in his hand and he stabbed it towards Dragon Master. There was a loud boom and the entire Royal Frost Continent shook. A terrifying pressure descended, causing the entire land to collapse. Lu Yin was wearing his universal armor so he wasn't injured. However, when he looked up, the trio had already disappeared. Their battle in the real universe was not something he could see, but he could faintly see the rune lines. The rune lines of the four emissaries filled the sky and stung his eyes. As for the Royal Frost Continent, because of Red Master's flames, the temperature had risen, which happened to offset the cold chi under the seal. This was his goal, to use the Red Master's flame to save the Royal Frost Continent. From the looks of it, this goal had been achieved. Now it all depended on how long the Ice Empress could stall for. She had to stall for time until Jeffrey arrived. Lu Yin hid under the solid ice and looked up at the sky. He could vaguely make out the four people entangled with each other through the rune lines. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the Crimson Lord and the other two wanted to split up and charge into Glacial City after 2 days of fighting, but they were stopped by the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor's frigid air covered a wide area, and the entire Royal Frost Continent was under his control. Just his frigid air alone was enough to threaten the three emissaries. The Ice Empress purposely dragged out the pace of the battle and tried her best to stall the three of them. Half a month passed, and the sky was often torn apart by their attacks as whistling star energy suppressed the Royal Frost Continent. In the distance there were also experts in Extreme Ice City. Although they had not reached the level of an emissary, they were still enlighters, and they were barely able to help Extreme Ice City resist this pressure. The landscape of the Royal Frost Continent had completely changed. Lord Crimson used high-temperature flames, the Sylvan Dragon relied on its physical body and speed, and the most noteworthy one was the mechanical Luo Huang. His attacks were unpredictable and he had attacked Lu Yin several times as if he was trying to probe for something. Lu Yin felt that the Luo Huang might have recognized him. After being delayed by the Ice Emperor, the three emissaries could no longer endure and issued orders to the outside world. Soon after, Freak Chi and the others charged into the spatial tear. This time, it was Lord Crimson's turn to stall the Ice Emperor and prevent him from rescuing Extreme Ice City. The Ice Emperor was not in a hurry as he was confident that he could stall Lord Crimson's group, not because of his superior power, but because of his frigid air. Ice covered a wide area and fire was the same. If the Ice Emperor could use his frigid air to freeze Lord Crimson's group, then he could naturally extend his range to the spatial tear as well. When Freak Chi and the others first appeared, they were almost frozen and they quickly retreated in fear. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. Although he could not understand the Ice Emperor's battle, he felt that the Ice Emperor was worthy of his title as an emperor, as his use of ice had reached perfection. An angry roar came from the sky, and the Sylvan Dragon suddenly appeared before disappearing once again. Next, flames dripped into the sky like magma flowing backwards, attempting to flood Extreme Ice City but being frozen by the frigid ice instead. Finally, the Luo Huang sent out dozens of beams that swept towards Extreme Ice City, but they were frozen halfway and fell to the ground. One of the beams landed less than a kilometer away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin approached and reached out to touch it. The solid ice cracked and the beam forced him back a few meters. His hand hurt from the impact and if not for his universal armor his hand would have been gone. An emissary and an initiate were on completely different levels. In the sky, the Luo Huang appeared and looked down at Lu Yin. His eyes were mechanical and it was unknown what he had seen, but he suddenly attacked Lu Yin. The beam swept through the void and tore through space, enveloping Lu Yin within. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he rushed into the distance, but he could not outrun the beam. The beam streaked past his back, smashing him into a layer of ice. His back felt like it was on fire and he felt a burning pain. The Luo Huang was shocked. "You actually blocked my attack. What a strange technological armor. Hand it over." He then charged towards Lu Yin, but the frigid air froze him as he crashed into the solid ice. He looked up at the sky and saw the Ice Emperor thrusting down with his spear. "Get back here." The Luo Huang growled, "Who's that?" The Ice Emperor did not answer him, and a 5-ringed plum blossom appeared in the sky and imprinted itself into the void. It disappeared in an instant, but the next moment, it froze the world again. The Luo Huang, the Sylvan Dragon and Red Lord were all frozen within. Lu Yin looked up and saw that the Luo Huang and the other two had been frozen. "Attack Red Lord," he barked. His eyes turned into runes as he stared at Red Lord. In that instant, tears of blood streamed down from the corners of his eyes. He was trying his best to weaken Red Lord's rune lines. The Ice Emperor heard Lu Yin's words and subconsciously attacked Red Lord. Both sides had fought many times and were familiar with each other's strength. Red Lord could judge the strength of the Ice Emperor's attack. He shattered the solid ice and the flames rippled in front of him. He knew that this should be enough to block the Ice Emperor's attack, as the Ice Emperor still had to guard against the Dragon Lord and the Luo Huang. Strangely, Red Lord felt that something was wrong. His strength had been weakened. The ice spear pierced through the flames and into Red Lord's shoulder, the frigid air entering his body through the wound. Red Lord's eyes widened as he grabbed the spear and snapped it in half. The Ice Emperor raised his right index finger, and Red Lord spat out a mouthful of blood as the frigid air wreaked havoc in his body. His face flushed red as an extremely high temperature appeared in front of him and blasted towards the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor had not expected to injure Red Lord so easily. He took out a flying owl arrow without hesitation and threw it at Red Lord. Lord Red didn't notice the existence of the flying owl arrow at first, but as an emissary he had rich battle experience. Even if he didn't see it, his sense of danger made him retreat immediately. The flying owl arrow couldn't touch him at all. The Ice Emperor sighed. As expected, a sneak attack was useless and he could not continue attacking. Behind him, the Dragon Lord and the Luo Huang appeared. Just as Red Lord thought that the Ice Emperor's attack had ended and he relaxed, the flying owl arrow suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it had pierced the wound that the Ice Emperor had left behind. Red Lord's eyes narrowed. Secret technique. He grabbed the flying owl arrow and pulled it out. He glanced at the Ice Emperor, but it was not this old man. Suddenly he looked in Lu Yin's direction. Who was that person? That secret technique. Red Lord thought of something and his eyes widened in anger. Lu Yin. Below, Lu Yin knew that he had been exposed, but he had also succeeded. You're courting death. Red Lord roared and charged at Lu Yin. A sun appeared in the sky and pressed down, one that was powerful enough to roast the entire Royal Frost continent dry. The Ice Emperor hurriedly intervened. However, in the next moment Red Lord's body twitched and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. He had been poisoned and his face darkened. He gritted his teeth and looked down at his wound, only to see that it had turned pitch black. He hurriedly channeled high temperatures into the wound in an attempt to burn away the poison. However, Lu Yin had raised this poison to a level of rune lines with a power level of 500,000, so it was not something that high temperatures could easily dispel. Red Lord's pain turned into an angry roar. Lu Yin, I'll kill you. He waved his hand and sent flames towards Lu Yin. The ice on the ground was melted by the flames and evaporated. Lu Yin was struck by the flames and was sent flying. He coughed and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he was not seriously injured. Red Lord fell to the ground after unleashing this attack. Red Lord, be careful. The Luo Huang shouted. Red Lord looked up and saw the Ice Emperor standing high in the sky, his 5 rings of plum blossoms freezing him. In the sky, the Dragon Lord sent the Ice Emperor flying with a claw, but it was too late. Red Lord had been frozen by the Ice Emperor's extreme chill. The Luo Huang landed beside Red Lord and used a beam of light to shatter the ice. Red Lord fell to the ground, his entire body white and his insides black. He had been poisoned and most of his body's functions had been destroyed by the frost. This was a serious injury that could not be healed in a short period of time. The Luo Huang looked at the distant Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood up and raised a hand. His 9-lined battle force imprint exploded with full power as he unleashed his emptiness palm. The Luo Huang raised a hand and a barrier of light appeared in front of him. The emptiness palm landed squarely on the barrier, causing ripples to spread out, and the enormous force forced the Luo Huang to retreat. The Luo Huang was shocked. Lu Yin was only a hunter, but he had actually been able to force him back. In the distance, a chill wreaked havoc as the Ice Emperor stabbed his spear towards the Luo Huang. The Dragon Lord fiercely charged forward, but the Ice Emperor suddenly threw his spear out. The spear swept past the Dragon Lord and pierced through the spatial tear. On the other side of the spatial crack, strange Master Qi looked at the time. Master Hong had asked him to enter the Royal Ice Continent once every other day to distract the Ice Monarch. Time was up. Thinking about it, he led a group of fire domain experts, including Si Pinghai and the Skyfire Army, and rushed towards the Royal Ice Continent. However, a long spear pierced through strange Master Qi and the fire domain experts behind him. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support this month. Thank you. Chapter 1227. Everyone was instantly pierced by the spear's power and pushed into outer space. In the end, the spear exploded and the chills spread out and froze Curmudgeon Qi and the others. The people from the Blaze Realm, the Sylvan Dragon Clan, and the Ross Empire all watched as Curmudgeon Qi and the others turned into ice statues. It was like a work of art. They had all died. Within the Royal Frost Continent, the Red Sovereign was half kneeling on the ground, his entire body cold. The poison's invasion was causing him unbearable pain, and he glared at Lu Yin with hatred. The Dragon Sovereign was also being corroded by the Ice Empress chill, and he hurriedly retreated. Let's retreat, Luo Huang. The Luo Huang grabbed the Red Sovereign and charged towards the spatial tear. This time the Ice Empress did not chase after them as she had also been injured. None of the four were doing well, but the Red Sovereign was the most miserable. Lu Yin half knelt on the ground and panted heavily. He put away his universal armor and sat on the ground as he stared at the spatial tear. There were still traces of blood at the corners of his eyes. The Ice Empress landed beside Lu Yin and looked at him in amazement. Alliance Master Lu, you were able to survive multiple attacks from the emissaries. How admirable. Lu Yin coughed twice. It would have been even better if Senior had been able to completely stall the three of them. The Ice Empress apologized. I was injured as well. Just as you said, they used a power vessel right from the start. If I didn't have one of my own, I might not have been able to block them. Fortunately, Alliance Master Lu's injuries weren't too severe, or else I wouldn't have been able to rest easy. Lu Yin raised 3 fingers. 3 attacks. I withstood 3 attacks. Senior, you have to remember that this is all for the Royal Frost Continent. The Ice Empress nodded. Don't worry. Right, are the other 2 injured? Lu Yin asked, as this was something that he was concerned about. The Ice Empress replied, of course they're injured. The chill has entered their bodies and it will take at least half a year to resolve it. If they don't resolve it in time, the chill will only worsen. A day's delay will take several months to resolve, and they won't be able to handle it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was good, this was good. Senior, aren't you going to stop the chill? The Red Sovereign resolved the chill, but the seal's chill is still being released. The Ice Empress asked, Alliance Master Lu, do you need to return to the city to rest? Lu Yin the Ice. The Ice Empress said, thank you, Alliance Master Lu. My Royal Frost Continent will definitely repay this favor. Then she leaped out and faced the seal, continuing to block the cold chi. Lu Yin's month. If Jeffrey didn't come in a month, the extreme ice city would be completely frozen. Half a month had passed since he had contacted Jeffrey. Half a month should be enough for Jeffrey. He activated his gadget. Gather the troops and be on standby. Target, Blaze Realm. Fire Domain? Chess piece bro, the Blaze Realm is not to be trifled with. With the addition of the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire, it's unrealistic for us to attack the Blaze Realm on our own, Wang Wen said. Red Lord is seriously injured? How heavy? Wang Wen was overjoyed. All right. Wang Wen smiled. Blazing mist flow zone. Outside the spatial crack on planet Guk, the Luo Emperor grabbed the Red Sovereign and threw him towards the Blaze Realm's spacecraft. Dragon Master glanced at the Blaze Realm's spacecraft, and his eyes flashed as he charged towards the Dragon Clan as well. The cultivators from the Blaze Realm could not react in time, and the Red Sovereign's tired voice rang out. Return to the Blaze Realm. Sect Master Elder C and the rest have been frozen, someone reported. The Red Sovereign glanced at the frozen eccentric Chi Elder C, and the rest in the distance and gritted his teeth. Return to the Blaze Realm. Understood. Not long after, not a single person was left on planet Guk. Only the chill was blowing out from the spatial crack and sweeping through space. Within the Blaze Realm's spacecraft, the Red Sovereign coughed up blood continuously. He had taken many antidotes and had finally managed to alleviate the poison, but the chill in his body was difficult to resolve. Given his current condition, it would take him 100 years to resolve. It's a pity that I didn't bring my tribulation fire, or else I wouldn't have lost. Luin, Ice Empress, I'll have my revenge sooner or later. The Red Sovereign gritted his teeth as a layer of chill froze his body. He coughed up blood again, but this time the blood froze as soon as it left his body and fell to the ground. On the other side, Dragon Master had transformed into a giant sylvan dragon and was flying through the stars. Behind him was a white, cold air. Around him, all the other sylvan dragons stayed far away from him, not daring to get close. Just now, one of the sylvan dragons had touched the cold air out of curiosity and was frozen. Within the Ross Empire's warship, the Luo Emperor's body was placed in a sealed machine that was constantly being dismantled. The machine would occasionally freeze, but it would quickly melt. The Ice Empress was stronger than the three of them, and her chill was not that easy to resolve. Lu Yin is actually on the Royal Frost Continent. It looks like he's allied with the Royal Frost Continent and used a secret technique as bait to lure the three of us over. He's already prepared for this. How vicious. The Luo Emperor's voice echoed as if he was analyzing something. After a while he ordered, spread the news of the Royal Frost Continent's location and their secret technique. Since they want to play, let's play big. At this moment in the Outerverse, warship after warship was assembled, along with army after army. Although the scale of the gathering was huge, everyone was part of the plan, so the information had not been leaked. Wei Rong had not expected the plan to begin so soon. The Crimson Lord had been severely injured, and this was a rare opportunity. But even if he was heavily injured, an emissary was still an emissary. Could they deal with him? Besides, the Blaze Realm's many years of accumulation had not been for nothing. No one knew just how many tricks they had up their sleeves. Hold on, Wei Rong suddenly thought of someone, the old smoker. Ever since Lu Yin had banished young Master Tian, the old smoker had followed the plan and disappeared. This disappearance had been a direct order from Lu Yin, and Wei Rong had no idea where the old smoker had gone. In terms of familiarity with the Blaze Realm, if the old smoker claimed to be second, no one would dare claim to be first. Even the upper echelons of the Blaze Realm did not know as much as the old smoker, as he had attempted to assassinate the Crimson Lord more than once. Even during the battle that had toppled the Day-Night Flow Zone, he had assassinated the Crimson Lord once. The old smoker, Lily Rose, the Tinder Alliance, as well as the hidden powers and the Outerverse allied forces. Wei Rong knew that the Blaze Realm was in danger. Lu Yin was the type of person who would either not do anything or succeed if he did. The toppling of the Day-Night Flow Zone was an example. Although most of the credit went to Leon's armada, it had all been led by Lu Yin. This time, dealing with the Blaze Realm would not be as difficult as dealing with the Day-Night clan. When he thought about this, Wei Rong was filled with anticipation. News of what had happened in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone quickly spread, but they did not mention that the Crimson Lord and the others had been injured. They only revealed the secret technique and the location of the Royal Frost Continent, which shocked many Innerverse powers. A few days after the commotion in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Jeffrey woke up on Frostwave Weave's planet Hydratank. The first thing the skinny old man did after waking up was to drink, and he even dragged Saul to drink with him. Saul had no choice but to play the conversation he had with Lu Yin on his gadget for Jeffrey to hear. Jeffrey was confused at first, but then he slapped his head. How long was I asleep? More than half a month, Saul replied. Jeffrey sighed in relief. That's good, there's still time. He then stood up and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and patted Saul's shoulder. Do your best and the next president will be yours. Saul's bones almost fell apart from the slap. Saul felt bitter as he watched Jeffrey leave. If he had known that things would end up like this, he would not have tried to use petty tricks to obtain true insight. Jeffrey was not interested in becoming the president of the Universe Lockbreaker Society at all, and his only mission was to guard that box. If Saul had not fought for it, he might have been able to obtain true insight long ago. After experiencing so many things, Saul had finally let go of some of the knots in his heart. However, he knew that it would not be easy for him to become the president. He could not just forget what he had done in the past, and he had to bear the consequences of his mistakes. Of course, he still had one more hope, and that was Lu Yin. When he thought of Lu Yin, he was filled with anticipation. He had not expected that this person would become a boundless advanced lockbreaker at such a young age. It was simply inconceivable. To Saul's knowledge, there were very few lockbreakers who had become boundless advanced lockbreakers at such a young age. As long as they did not die prematurely, they would reach the highest echelons of the Lockbreaker Society in the future. His future was in Lu Yin's hands. A few days later at the Royal Frost Continent, Lu Yin was chatting with the Ice Emperor. He wanted to ask some questions about the envoys when Jeffrey finally arrived. It's easy to get sick after coming to such a cold place after the moon intoxication. Jeffrey clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the Ice Emperor in the distance with a smile. The Ice Emperor was delighted as he had ventured out before. At that time, Jeffrey had already been a very famous lockbreaker and an origin array master. Now that he saw Jeffrey again, the Ice Emperor hurriedly bowed. Junior greets Senior Jeffrey. Lu Yin leapt into the air. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior. Jeffrey nodded and glanced at the Ice Emperor. He was astonished. A tiny continent with a folded space actually has a powerhouse like you. The Ice Emperor respectfully replied. Junior would not dare to call himself a powerhouse in front of Senior. Jeffrey laughed and then looked at Lu Yin. Kid, although this is the first time we've met, I've seen quite a few videos of you. Lu Yin replied. Junior's actions are rash. If there's anything that Senior is dissatisfied with, please forgive me. Jeffrey smiled. You're just a child, so it doesn't matter. As long as the general direction is right, it's fine. Besides, you've helped the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society before. Actually, whether it's me, Xiangyang or Xiaoming, we all look forward to seeing you. The future of the Lockbreaker Society is in the hands of your generation. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Thank you for your praise, Senior. Jeffrey nodded and then looked up at the entire Royal Frost Continent. The Ice Emperor and Lu Yin did not dare to make a sound, and they quietly soared into the sky. After a while, Jeffrey was startled and his eyes widened as his body vanished. Even the Ice Emperor did not see how Jeffrey had disappeared, as Jeffrey's power far surpassed his own. The Ice Emperor had originally thought that Jeffrey was just a powerful lockbreaker, but he now realized that this skinny old man's power level was not simple. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 12:28. If Jeffrey had not been trapped in the Innerverse, then anyone who dared to scheme against him during the battle on Source Peak Planet would have been courting death. Regardless of whether it was the Mavis Bank, Aurora Corporation or Shamrock Enterprises, none of them could compare to the Lockbreaker Society in terms of their foundations. Jeffrey alone could defeat the entire Outerverse, and his strength might not be much weaker than Master Yuan's. Of course, this was just Lu Yin's guess. Over there. The Ice Empress discovered Jeffrey and she tore through the void to vanish. Lu Yin had also discovered Jeffrey. He couldn't sense Jeffrey's movements, but he could see the rune lines. Although the skyrocketing rune lines could easily hurt one's eyes, it was enough to help Lu Yin find Jeffrey's location. At this moment, Jeffrey was north of Extreme Ice City, and he was looking at the mountains with a solemn expression. The Ice Empress appeared, followed by Lu Yin. What can you see? Jeffrey asked. The Ice Empress and Lu Yin looked at the mountains in confusion, but they couldn't see anything. Jeffrey raised a hand and his star energy transformed into lines that carved into the ground, cutting through the ice and rivers. Beneath the ground was the seal. His star energy reached the seal, which was equivalent to cutting through the entire Royal Frost Continent. The Ice Empress' heart thumped as she was afraid that the Royal Frost Continent would be cut apart. When Jeffrey stopped, the Ice Empress and Lu Yin looked at the ground and saw a pattern. Was that a tree root? The two couldn't understand it and they looked at Jeffrey in confusion. Jeffrey's gaze was complicated, and he seemed to be reminiscing about something. That's the symbol of progenitor Hui. These 5 words caused a storm to rage in the Ice Empress and Lu Yin's minds. Progenitor Hui was a legend who had reached the peak of human cultivation. In the past, this was Lu Yin's understanding of the progenitor realm and progenitor Hui. However, after the mountain and sea realm's 5 signs of the stars, his understanding of progenitor Hui had completely changed. Progenitor Hui was someone who calculated the passage of time. His calculations spanned the long river of time, including the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, and even the Neo-Human Alliance. This person represented wisdom and human civilization. Lu Yin had never expected to see progenitor Hui's symbol here. The Ice Empress was stunned. Progenitor Hui. Did progenitor Hui leave behind the royal frost continent? Jeffrey looked at the Ice Empress. Is there any record of who left the seal behind? The Ice Empress shook her head and said bitterly, "No, our ancestors have passed down word by word that the seal must not be broken. Even if everyone in the royal frost continent is destroyed, the seal must not be broken." Now that he heard these words again, Lu Yin felt completely different. If the seal was really left behind by Ancestor Hui and Ancestor Hui said that it couldn't be broken, then it really couldn't be broken. The thing that was sealed could bring unimaginable disaster. At that moment, Lu Yin was flustered as he stood in the sky above the royal frost continent. He was afraid that he would break the seal if he stepped on the ground. Jeffrey straightened his hunched back. "You can leave. The seal is only a small crack and I can't create such a seal with my abilities. However, I can still repair it." The 2 of them hurriedly retreated, not daring to delay for fear that the sealed thing would escape. They didn't know what was sealed, but it still made them panic. Jeffrey arrived at the gap in the seal and disappeared. Immediately after, the earth trembled. Lu Yin and the Ice Empress returned to Arctic City and waited. If Jeffrey couldn't repair it, then their presence wouldn't make a difference. When he'd heard that the seal might have been left behind by Ancestor Hui, Lu Yin's first thought had been to contact the Elysian Heavenly Master and ask him to repair it, but that would be looking down on Jeffrey. He touched his gadget. If Jeffrey couldn't repair it, then he had to immediately contact Eversky Island. "7th bro, you're fine." "That's great." Ku Wei shouted when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "You're in a good mental state. You haven't been frozen silly, have you?" Ku Wei patted his chest. "Of course not, I can still serve 7th bro for 10,000 years. This lackey was unparalleled. During the time that the 2 had been gone, the people of Arctic City had been in a state of panic, especially when Master Hong and the other 2 had joined forces to deal with the Ice Empress. The entire Royal Frost continent had been shaken, and if not for the Ice Empress, Arctic City would have been destroyed long ago. The Ice Empress' return calmed the people of Arctic City. Xianxia bowed to Lu Yin. "Your Highness." Lu Yin looked at him. "You're Xianxia, so you can't call me your Highness. You're Yan, so you can call me your Highness." Xianxia had a complicated expression. The Ice Empress saw this and said, "Alliance leader Lu has helped the Royal Frost continent a lot. You can continue to be Yan and work for Alliance leader Lu to the best of your ability." Xianxia respectfully replied, "Yes, City Lord." He then bowed to Lu Yin. Yan is guilty." Lu Yin was furious that he had been betrayed, but this was also a blessing in disguise. Yan had his own standpoint and the 2 of them were not friends. Yan was just a captain of the Great Yu Empire's 13 imperial squadrons and a subordinate. When he thought about this, Lu Yin looked at the Ice Empress. "Senior, don't forget what you promised me." The Ice Empress replied, "Don't worry. As long as the seal is successfully repaired, you'll be handsomely rewarded." In the distance, a man looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. His name was Che Han, and he had once been an expert on the top 100 rankings who had fought with Lu Yin at the Sea King's Dome. At that time, the difference between the 2 of them had not been that great. Even though Lu Yin had surpassed him, the gap between them had not been so large as it was now. He still owed Lu Yin a favor, as it was Lu Yin who had allowed him to retrieve the Sea King's trident. Unfortunately, Che Han had not been able to retrieve it himself. Back then he had participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection in order to ask the Sea King to help the Royal Frost continent as external aid. This had been the reason why Che Han had left to explore the continent. Now that he thought about it, it felt like a lifetime had passed. His favor was now useless to this person. After seeing the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse, Lu Yin was no longer as curious as he had been in the beginning. He quietly waited in the city lord's mansion, waiting for Jeffrey's results. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, but Jeffrey did not show any signs of repairing the seal. It was as if he had done nothing at all. The Ice Empress was curious and wanted to go take a look, but she was stopped by Lu Yin every time. She patiently waited for 2 more days. On this day, Ku Wei looked up at the sky strangely. Why did it seem like the temperature was not that low anymore? He was not the only one, as Lu Yin had noticed it as well. The Ice Empress appeared and was ecstatic. Alliance Master Lu, the temperature has risen. This is not due to the power of the flames, but rather the temperature of the entire Royal Frost continent. Lu Yin smiled. It looks like President Jeffrey has succeeded. The Ice Empress nodded. Ever since there had been a gap in the seal, she had been worried that the Royal Frost continent would be completely frozen, and she was even more worried that the seal would be completely destroyed. Her ancestors' warning was still fresh in her mind, and it made it difficult for her to calm down and cultivate. She had sent many people out to explore the continent, and on the surface she wanted them to get to know powerful lockbreakers and help the Royal Frost continent. Xianxia was one of them, along with Che Han and many others. In reality, she knew that the chances of these people being able to invite powerful lockbreakers were close to 0. She had done this in hopes of leaving a spark for the Royal Frost continent. After all, the people she had sent out were all elites, and if not for the ancestors' orders, she would have long since moved everyone out of Extreme Ice City. Actually, if she really wanted to ask for help, she could easily find the Origin Array Master. After all, she was an envoy. However, that was the final step. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not leave the Royal Frost continent. The moment she left, Extreme Ice City would be frozen in the shortest amount of time possible, and she would be restricted to the Royal Frost continent. Lu Yin could be considered unlucky. If he had not coincidentally appeared in the blazing mist flow zone, which was very close to the Royal Frost continent, he would not have been captured. The Ice Emperor had used a sneak attack to capture Lu Yin because Xianxia had told him that Lu Yin had relied on external items to challenge those who were a realm breaker. The Ice Emperor did not want any accidents to happen, or else he would not have been able to ambush a hunter. This youth had become successful because of external items, but he had also lost because of them. When he thought of this, the Ice Emperor looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Not long after, Jeffrey's figure silently appeared in the city lord's mansion. His back was even more bent and he looked exhausted. The Ice Emperor had the others leave and looked at Jeffrey expectantly. Jeffrey sighed. As expected of something left behind by the Hui ancestor. There's a 90% chance that this seal was placed by the Hui ancestor himself. The array of killing intent contained within is as vast as the ocean, and it's not just a single sourcebox array. There are several or even more than 10 sourcebox arrays stacked together. It's impossible for anyone below the level of a sage to understand it. Lu Yin's heart sank and he took out his gadget. It seemed that Jeffrey had failed and had not been able to completely repair the seal. He had to contact Eversky Island. The Ice Emperor was helpless. Even Senior can't repair it? Jeffrey sighed. Lu Yin activated his gadget. It's been repaired, Jeffrey said. The Ice Emperor was stunned. Lu Yin paused and looked at Jeffrey in confusion. Senior W, what did you say? It's been repaired? Jeffrey nodded and smiled, a hint of pride appearing on his thin face. Of course, it's been repaired. Didn't you say that anyone below the level of a sage wouldn't be able to understand it? Lu Yin was puzzled. Jeffrey raised his head. This old man is infinitely close to the level of a sage. Lu Yin was speechless. You understand it? No, Jeffrey replied bluntly. Lu Yin choked a few times and he fell silent. The Ice Emperor asked, Senior, you don't understand the seal? Then has it been repaired? Jeffrey sighed. It's just a crack. It's meaningless if I don't understand it. The Ice Emperor did not believe him. Lu Yin did not believe it either. How could a seal be repaired if one did not understand it? What a joke. Jeffrey saw their expressions and rolled his eyes. What? Just because the paint on the spacecraft fell off, does patching it up mean that you can repair it? That crack is at most equivalent to a piece of paint falling off the spacecraft. You just need to reapply it and there's no need to change anything. With that, the two of them understood. Lu Yin blushed with shame. He was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, but he could not even fix the paint on the spacecraft. This also proved that the path of lockbreaking was broad and profound, and he was still far from it. After Jeffrey fixed the crack, the Ice Emperor hurriedly ordered for the best wine to be served. To Jeffrey, there was nothing in the Royal Frost continent that could move him, so the Ice Emperor could only entertain him with wine. Thank you. Just look at the one-day reward from a brother. Thank you for your support. Here's the update, thank you. Chapter 12:29. The wine was to Jeffrey's liking and he was delighted. I've traversed the universe and drank countless good wines, but I've never tasted something like this. Although it's not the best, it's very special. He then downed the entire barrel. The Ice Emperor accompanied him and smiled. The Royal Frost continent is lacking in resources, so there's nothing much to thank you for. If you like, I'll have someone prepare some good wine for you. Jeffrey waved his hand. Give me a spacecraft. Lu Yin was stunned. This was a true wine lover. Speaking of which, just how much did Jeffrey care about spaceships? Why did he always talk about spaceships? The Ice Emperor held a banquet in Jeffrey's honor, but Jeffrey received a call halfway through and left. Before he left, he repeatedly reminded the Ice Emperor and Lu Yin that the seal could not be destroyed. Lu Yin asked Jeffrey what was under the seal, but Jeffrey said that he did not know. However, with the symbol of the Hui ancestor, it could not be destroyed. After Jeffrey left, Lu Yin also bid farewell to the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor apologized to Lu Yin once more. Senior, if I'd known that the seal was placed by the Hui ancestor, I would have come even if you hadn't tied me up, Lu Yin joked. The Ice Emperor replied, we don't know if the seal was placed by the Hui ancestor. If it wasn't for Senior Jeffrey, how could anyone have connected the tiny Royal Frost continent to the Hui ancestor? He then clapped his hands and Xianxia stepped forward and took out a dozen cosmic rings. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's this? The Ice Emperor solemnly replied, apologizing is one thing, but Alliance Head Lu has helped the Royal Frost continent, so we naturally have to thank you. Please accept this. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony and picked up a cosmic ring to check. His eyes widened when he saw that it was filled with star essence. He picked up another one and the same thing happened. Lu Yin was excited. Are these all star essence? The Ice Emperor smiled. I've heard that Alliance Master Lu is rather interested in star essence. My Royal Frost continent only has this many, and we don't usually use them, so I'm giving them all to you. There's a total of 28 million star crystals, and I hope that Alliance Master Lu doesn't mind. I don't mind at all. Lu Yin was truly excited. He had just spent a little over 10 million star essence and now he had earned over 20 million. He had earned his money back in such a short amount of time. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain any star essence from the Royal Frost continent. From his perspective, this place was just a continent and no matter how he looked at it, it seemed to be barren. Who would have thought that it would actually give him so many star essence? The Ice Empress smiled and glanced at Xianxia, as Xianxia was the one who had told her to deliver the star essence. The star essence is the Royal Frost continent's way of expressing our gratitude to Alliance Master Lu. We can't just apologize for kidnapping Alliance Master Lu, the Ice Empress said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Something good? Ku Wei was eager to give it a try. He wanted to open his mouth and remind her that he had also been kidnapped. The Ice Empress solemnly took out a box that was emitting cold air. As soon as she took it out, the surrounding void started to freeze. Lu Yin was stunned as this box made him feel cold just by looking at it. This is an extreme ice stone that only appears in the Royal Frost continent once every 100 million years. It can freeze injuries and it's a gift to Alliance Master Lu. The Ice Empress handed the box over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted it and the moment he touched it, a cold air surged through his entire body. Even his fingers were frozen and he hurriedly used his star energy to dissolve it. He slowly opened the box, only to feel the cold air fill his face and his vision freeze. He quickly closed the box and stored it in his cosmic ring. It can freeze injuries? Lu Yin was puzzled. The Ice Empress explained, the extreme ice stone's cold air is extremely heavy, and it can freeze everything in the world. The way I see it, it can even freeze time in theory, but that's only in theory. It takes an endless amount of time to form an extreme ice stone, and while this one cannot freeze time, it can still freeze injuries. For example, if Crimson Sovereign had an extreme ice stone, his poison and cold air would have been directly frozen, and his injuries would not have worsened. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised that there was such a good item. Theoretically speaking, freezing time would take an endless amount of time. Then he thought of his Dai's enhance. Wasn't that just an upgrade? Although the cost would be ridiculous, as long as he had enough money, he could definitely upgrade this extreme ice stone to its theoretical peak. Lu Yin wondered what it would feel like to freeze time. Senior, you're not giving me such a precious item just to express your apology, right? Lu Yin asked. The Ice Empress smiled. Of course it's to express my apology. Lu Yin nodded. All right, then I'll take my leave. Alliance Master Lu, please wait. The Ice Empress hurriedly stopped him. Lu Yin looked at the Ice Empress in amusement. Senior, do you have any other instructions? The Ice Empress hesitated. Alliance Master Lu, have you forgotten what bait you used to lure Crimson Sovereign and the others here? Lu Yin suddenly understood, as he had almost forgotten about that. Senior, don't worry. I've already sent out orders a few days ago, and the outside world should be very lively right now. The Ice Empress was puzzled. Lu Yin smiled. It's not just the Royal Frost Continent. Many other places have had secret techniques appear. The Royal Frost Continent is just the first, but it definitely won't be the last. The Ice Empress understood what Lu Yin meant. If a secret technique appeared on the Royal Frost Continent, then it would appear in other places as well. If there were too many of them, then others would think that it was just a rumor. However, with the Great Eastern Alliance's methods, the rumors would not be very obvious, and each of them would appear to be true. This way, the Royal Frost Continent's attention would be diverted. Of course, there would definitely be a group of people who still coveted the Royal Frost Continent. However, the seal had been repaired, and the spatial crack that led to the blazing mist flow zone had also disappeared. It would be very difficult to find the Royal Frost Continent, and even if they did, there was still the Ice Empress. Even Crimson Sovereign and the others had been defeated. Unless someone at the level of the Sword Sect Master acted, they would not be able to affect the Royal Frost Continent. However, how could someone at the level of the Sword Sect Master act so easily? Soon they would discover the truth. Regardless of whether it was the rumors spread by the Great Eastern Alliance or the news that the Blaze Realm had attacked the Royal Frost Continent, they would all be dug up. The so-called secret technique was nothing more than a joke. The Ice Empress relaxed. She had been afraid of attracting the attention of the Innerverse major powers, but she should be fine now. Also, even if there are people who can threaten the Royal Frost Continent, Senior can contact me, and I'll ask President Jeffrey to prove that no one can threaten the Royal Frost Continent, Lu Yin said. The Ice Empress replied, That's good. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Is there anything else, Senior? Lu Yin asked. The Ice Empress replied, I've already troubled Alliance Master Lu enough, but we cannot allow any accidents to happen to the seal. Thus, I'll have to ask Alliance Master Lu to be more patient in the future, as there might be more trouble. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be so polite. We'll help each other out. The Ice Empress smiled. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin blinked and looked at the Ice Empress. Right, there's something I almost forgot. Senior mentioned that there's a humble core in Extreme Ice City. Can you introduce them to me? The Ice Empress was stunned, as she did not understand why Lu Yin had suddenly asked about the humble core when he was clearly about to leave. The Ice Empress replied, The humble core is one of Extreme Ice City's protective forces. When the city lord is inconvenient, the humble core will be mobilized and they can suppress everything. Of course, Extreme Ice City has never experienced any unrest since ancient times, but the humble core has always existed. What kind of core is this? Lu Yin was curious. The Ice Empress looked at Xianxia. Xianxia stepped forward and whispered, If your cultivation reaches the Enlighter realm and you're willing to be sealed in ice to protect Extreme Ice City, you can join the humble core. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he cried out, An Enlighter? Xianxia explained, Only Enlighters can withstand the erosion of time while sealed in ice. Otherwise, after 1,000 years, their bodily functions will begin to deteriorate. Within the humble core, the oldest person has been sealed in ice for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, he or she will retire from the humble core and enjoy the rest of his life. That's why the humble core maintains 100 people throughout the year. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was truly a good core. The last time the Humble Core was mobilized was when the blazing mist flow zone attacked, and it was similar to this one. However, the scale of the attack was larger, and the Humble Core sacrificed more than 30 people to defeat the blazing mist flow zone's 3 great powers. The Ice Empress recalled. How many people are there in the Humble Core now? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia answered, 86. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. This was 86 enlighters, which was too exaggerated. If the Royal Frost Continent could do it, then did that mean that the other powers could do it as well? As time passed, more than 100 enlighters had been born from those behemoths. Even if an enlighter was born every 1,000 years, there would still be more than 100 people. The Blaze Realm had existed for more than 1,000,000 years, so what about the Day-Night clan? Why hadn't they seen such a terrifying army when they overthrew the Day-Night flow zone? The Day-Night clan was not something that the Royal Frost Continent could compare to. The Ice Emperor seemed to have seen through Lu Yin's thoughts, and he continued, only my Royal Frost Continent has formed the Humble Core, and joining the Humble Core is completely voluntary. My Royal Frost Continent is only so big and we rarely venture outside. We lack resources and we can't afford to raise enlighters. Enlighters either die of old age or freeze to join the Humble Core. This is also the foundation for the Humble Core. In the outside world, enlighters are capable of roaming the universe and no one would willingly freeze to join the Humble Core. Lu Yin relaxed when he heard this, as this was not a bad idea. After becoming an enlighter who would be willing to join an army, they would rather roam the universe and cultivate to a higher realm. Once a hunter reached the enlighter realm, they would experience exhaustion, and unless they were frozen they would be forced to search for resources. The reason why cultivators cultivated was so that they could live longer. What was the point of being frozen after becoming an enlighter? Enlighters were not sentinels or melders and they could be created at will. From the looks of it, it was unlikely that the great powers in the outside world would be able to form a Humble Core. However, nothing was absolute and Lu Yin had to be careful. Senior, if this junior has any difficulties and needs the help of the Humble Core, would you be able to help me? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the Ice Emperor fervently. The Ice Emperor knew that Lu Yin's sudden question about the Humble Core was not a good thing and he hesitated. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. If Senior is making things difficult for you, then forget it. He then turned to leave. The Ice Emperor hurriedly said, Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. I'm not making things difficult for you, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to command them. They only listen to me and I can't leave the Royal Frost Continent as I wish. Lu Yin pointed at Xianxia. He's Frostfall City's battle chief and he knows the Humble Core so well. If I'm not wrong, he can also command them. Chapter 1230. The Ice Emperor looked at Xianxia and signaled with his eyes that the Humble Core could not leave the Royal Frost Continent. Xianxia was placed in a difficult position. On one side was Lu Yin and on the other was his homeland. The Ice Emperor's heart sank as any hesitation would be seen through. Lu Yin sneered. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Goodbye. The Ice Emperor was helpless. Alliance Master Lu, the Humble Core can help you. Lu Yin smiled and looked at the Ice Emperor. Senior, you're not helping me. We're helping each other. The Ice Emperor nodded helplessly. Since Senior is willing to help each other, then I have something that I would like to ask the Humble Core for, Lu Yin said. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin strangely as this was premeditated. The Ice Emperor was stunned as he had not expected Lu Yin to be waiting for him here. Xianxia was not surprised as he understood Lu Yin well. What does Alliance Master Lu want to do? The Ice Emperor asked. Lu Yin smiled. The Blaze Realm is too much of an eyesore. I want to get rid of them. On this day, exactly 13 years after Lu Yin had embarked on his path of cultivation, a major event occurred in the Innerverse and Outerverse. The Astral River Arc had been stolen. The Astral River Arc was connected to the Innerverse and Outerverse, and it did not belong to a single person or power. At most, it was supervised by the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The Astral River Arc had originally been the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's cash cow, but ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, the Astral River Arc had been jointly supervised by the Great Eastern Alliance and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The Blazing Mist Flow Zone could not completely control the Astral River Arc, and it was no longer as domineering as before, where a Limiter could force an explorer to kneel. The Blaze Realm had been extremely dissatisfied with this, as they had suffered the greatest loss from the Astral River Arkansas. This was also one of the reasons why the Blaze Realm had been trying to break up the Great Eastern Alliance. However, on this day when Aiden boarded the Astral River Ark, a historical event occurred. The Blaze Realm's cultivators stationed on the Astral River Ark were exterminated, and the Great Eastern Alliance took complete control of the Ark. Thousands of people looked at the surrounding troops with unease. They were cultivators who had come from the outer verse to the inner verse, while the surrounding troops were all from the Great Eastern Alliance. There was still blood that had yet to be wiped away. Everyone, there's no need to panic. We're from the Great Eastern Alliance and we've temporarily sealed the Astral River Arkansas. Please return to the outer verse in an orderly manner. We've delayed your journey to the inner verse, Aiden said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in the crowd was displeased. I've saved up enough money to board the Astral River Ark and you want us to go back just because you want us to? What about the losses? Aiden's sharp gaze made the man panic. I don't intend to stop you, but I would like to ask that you wait for a period of time before heading to the inner verse. Please return to the outer verse. Thank you for your cooperation. During this period of time, Aiden had shockingly broken through to the Enlighter realm, becoming the first Enlighter among Lu Yin's subordinates. Aiden already possessed the strength to challenge Enlighters, and now that he had broken through, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. No one dared to resist. Following Aiden's imposing manner, everyone got off the Astral River Ark one after another. Not long after, everyone saw the battleships boarding the Star River Arkansas. They had a feeling that something big was about to happen. In the crowd, a bearded man said helplessly, I can't even fish properly. This world is really troublesome. With that, he left. In the blazing mist flow zone, flames swept through the heavens and burned the universe, forming buildings made of fire. There were doors, houses, and even seas of fire. This was the Blaze Realm, and it had been peaceful for countless years. It had always been the Blaze Realm that had invaded other places, and it had never been invaded. Only the 6th mainland had attacked and the Blaze Realm had retreated. As for the 5th mainland, the Blaze Realm had never been invaded. The Blaze Realm's disciples were high up in the blazing mist flow zone, and it was not easy for anyone to enter the Blaze Realm. Senior brother, it's a good thing that we didn't go to Planet Gu. Otherwise we might not have been able to return. Even Elder C and the others died. I heard that the frost froze everyone, a disciple outside the Blaze Realm said with lingering fear. Beside him the senior brother sighed. Yes, the Royal Frost Continent is not to be trifled with. According to historical records, that place once withstood an attack from the entire blazing mist flow zone. I wonder if that secret technique is real. Of course not, I've never heard of it. It's just a trap. It's not just the Royal Frost Continent, but many other places have legends of secret techniques. I even heard that a secret technique appeared in the Sylvan Dragon's nest. It's right under a Sylvan Dragon's butt, and I heard that the dragon's butt was almost smashed apart by the Dragon Lord. Anyway, the rumors seem to be true. More and more people are heading to Planet Gu. It's useless even if they go. They can't even break into the Blaze Realm. Those trash can't even find the door. I wonder how the sect master is doing. I heard that he's been heavily injured. Sure. That's not something we can discuss. Senior brother, did any large fleets return today? The junior brother suddenly asked. The senior brother was puzzled. I don't think so. Why are you asking? His junior brother blinked and then let out a shrill cry, enemy attack. Countless beams of light shot towards the Blaze Realm from afar. Outside the Blaze Realm, many cultivators who had been stationed there were instantly crushed. The beams of light had come from warships, and each beam had a power level of over 10,000. This was nothing to powerhouses, but not every cultivator could withstand an attack with a power level of over 10,000. After all, there were very few cultivators who could reach the space-exploring realm. The entire Blaze Realm was enveloped in flames as countless attacks descended and bombarded the flames. They then pierced through the flames and shot towards the interior of the Blaze Realm. The entire region of space seemed to be collapsing. In the distance, Aiden's expression was solemn. They had taken advantage of the Astral River Ark's ambush during their journey here, but now that they were here they could no longer do so. Their next opponent was one of the 8 great flow zones, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's third power, the Blaze Realm. It was not that they had not fought with the Blaze Realm before, but they had only fought on a small scale. Their goal had been to stall for time and prevent the Blaze Realm from supporting the day-night flow zone. The real battle in the day-night flow zone had been with Leon's armada. This could be considered the Great Eastern Alliance's first real battle against the Innerverse. There were close to 15,000 battleships that filled the heavens. This number was comparable to the number of battleships that the Sixth Mainland had used to defend against the Outerverse invasion. This was the plan that Lu Yin had left behind before heading to the day-night flow zone. The Great Eastern Alliance had been preparing to invade the Innerverse since the beginning. A single round of attacks was equivalent to 15,000 explorers attacking at full power. Even if all of the explorers in the blazing mist flow zone were added together, they would not be able to match up to this number. The outermost layer of the Blaze Realm's flames were destroyed, and many planets were instantly destroyed. These planets belonged to the Blaze Realm's cultivators, and they were also where the Blaze Realm's warships and various resources were stationed. Countless attacks were launched continuously, and one figure after another appeared in outer space. There were more than 10 of them, and they were all space-exploring cultivators from the Blaze Realm. The most powerful of them all was Kun Ban. Because of what had happened on the Royal Frost continent, he had been punished to guard the outskirts. As a hunter, he could completely ignore the attacks of explorers, and no matter how many of them there were, they would not be able to harm him. Attack! Kun Ban barked. Behind him, more than 10 cultivators from the Blaze Realm attacked in unison. Flames condensed to form a giant fireball that flew towards the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces. Several figures walked out from the allied forces and raised their hands. All sorts of attacks descended and dispersed the fireball. Kun Ban was stunned. Hunters! What happened next shocked Kun Ban even more. One hunter after another walked out, and in the end a total of 50 hunters stood in a row in outer space. Kun Ban was so shocked that his face turned pale. Why are there so many hunters? The next moment the hunters' attacks descended and drowned out Kun Ban and the others. When the attack ended, there was nothing but a giant crack in outer space. Inside the spacecraft, Aiden's lips curled up. This was the strength of the Great Eastern Alliance, a rapid response force formed by the Outerverse experts. These hunters had come from the Outerverse 72 weaves. 15,000 warships headed towards the Blaze Realm. The Blaze Realm had long since descended into chaos. Under the leadership of the sex powerhouses, all of the space-exploring cultivators charged out. Spacecraft after spacecraft took to the skies to meet the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces. At the same time, the flames that surrounded the Blaze Realm suddenly transformed into a long whip that slashed towards the Great Eastern Alliance. Aiden leapt out and combined his innate Thunder Shield with his Thunder Mountain technique and 9-line battle force to resist the flaming whip. However, he was sent flying by a single blow and his Thunder Shield shattered. Aiden spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces, the dozens of hunters were overwhelmed with shock. Their combat rating monitors continuously beeped, and from time to time machines would explode. This flaming whip's power exceeded 400,000, and it was already close to the level of an envoy. However, that was not all, as it was not the full power of the flames. Aiden was lucky that the flaming whip had just formed. Otherwise, if it had been just a second later, its power would have been completely different and a single blow would have been enough to kill him. The hunters who had thought that they would be able to smoothly attack the Blaze Realm and did not care about the Innerverse's great powers, as well as the leaders of the Outerverse's various powers who were watching the battle from the Outerverse, were all speechless. Just this layer of flames was not something that the Great Eastern Alliance could break through. This was the difference in their power levels. The Great Eastern Alliance's low-level power levels far surpassed the Blaze Realms, and they even surpassed any of the Innerverse sections. However, they did not have enough enlighters and there were almost none with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Within the warship, Wei Rong's eyes narrowed. He was personally leading the troops in this battle. He looked at the flaming whip that was raised high in the distance and he felt helpless. He could not make up for the difference in power. A woman's voice rang out from behind him. This is the Blaze Realm's defensive power. You should have expected this. The Outerverse's myriad cities, Taimo Temple and the Dark Phoenix clan all have powers that can resist envoys, so how can the Blaze Realm not have any? Wei Rong calmly replied, "It's time for you to play your role, Lily Rose." This woman was Lily Rose, and she was the one who had told Lu Yin about the Astral River, Arkansas. She was also the one who had helped Lu Yin contact the Tinder Alliance. She was also the one who had told Wei Rong that the Blaze Realm's defenses were at their weakest. Otherwise, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces would not have been able to reach this place so easily, and the Blaze Realm's defenses would not have been so low. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1231. Liliros's eyes flickered as she gazed at the flaming whip in the distance. The Blaze Realm paid a huge price to invite an Origin Array Master to set up this Sourcebox Array. This Sourcebox Array requires the cooperation of humans in order to activate its defensive power, and I was one of the people who cooperated with them. Wei Rong smiled. His Highness admires you very much. I hope that you can bring good news. Red Lily did not say a word. She walked out of space and appeared outside of the fire area's protective flames. No one knew what she did, but the flames did not attack her. They allowed her to enter. The flaming whip was like a fire snake that connected the heavens and the earth. It grew bigger and bigger, and its power grew stronger and stronger. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. If the flaming whip were to fall, the Great Eastern Alliance army would be finished. Wei Rong immediately gave the order to retreat. He did not completely trust Lily Rose. The Blaze Realm had stood tall in the blazing mist flow zone for a very long time, and they had always occupied the position closest to the Outerverse. They were responsible for overseeing the Astral River Arc, and if they were so easily defeated, then it would be child's play. Even if Crimson Lord had been heavily injured, even if Old Freak Qi Si Pinghai Huahui and the other Enlighters had died in battle, and even if the entire Heavenly Fire Corps had been annihilated, they would not be defeated so easily. Madame Lawn was currently in charge of the Inferno Realm. She was the Red Master's wife and a terrifying existence with a combat power of 400,000. Madame Lawn did not keep a high profile, and even within the Blaze Realm, not many people knew of her existence. This was all because of the Crimson Master's temperament and habits, which Madame Lawn could not accept. However, she could not do anything to the Crimson Master, so she chose to go into seclusion all year round. Even when the 6th mainland attacked, her seclusion grounds were transported away and she did not wake up. She had been in seclusion for over 1,000 years. Now she had awakened because of the Great Eastern Alliance's attack. Aside from Madame Lawn, there was another Enlighter elder from the Blaze Realm. His surname was Tan, but his name had long since been forgotten. Everyone referred to him as Elder Tan. He was very timid, and he was also the youngest and weakest Enlighter elder in the Blaze Realm. The Great Eastern Alliance had attacked, and Master Hong had been severely injured. Elder Tan could not carry the banner of the Fire Realm, so he could only wake Madame Lawn up. At the very center of the Blaze Realm was an incomparably gigantic fiery planet. The air, water, and everything else was filled with high temperatures. Only explorers and above could survive on this planet. This was the center of the Blaze Realm where Crimson Lord resided. The planet's name was the Red Planet. Looking at the layers of flames spreading in the distance, this was the fire domain's strongest defense mechanism, which was enough to withstand the attack of an emissary. Outside the Red Planet, Madame Lawn frowned. She was about the same age as Red Mistress, but she looked very young. She wore a red translucent dress and her long hair reached her waist. She walked barefoot through the starry sky, giving off a seductive vibe. Behind him, Elder Tan gulped, not daring to raise his head. In front of them were 1,000,000 disciples from the Blaze Realm. Their strength was uneven, and they were all gathered on huge battleships unique to the Blaze Realm. There were also a few space-exploring powerhouses around them, but there were less than 10 of them scattered around. Madame Lan's tone was unpleasant. How many years has it been? The Outerverse actually dares to attack my Blaze Realm? What a joke. Elder Tan lowered his head even more, not daring to say anything. Within the warship, the 1,000,000 disciples of the Blaze Realm remained silent. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation, as well as anger and killing intent that came from being provoked by an ant. The Outerverse had actually dared to attack the Blaze Realm, which was a joke. This wasn't the same as delaying the Blaze Realm's reinforcements to the day-night flow zone. This was a real attack. A mere ant from the Outerverse. Even if they managed to repel the Great Eastern Alliance's attack, the Blaze Realm would still be mocked by the Innerverse. Where's the esteemed elder? Madame Lawn asked. Elder Tan answered in a low, terrified voice. He's dead. The 6th mainland attacked and the esteemed elder was sacrificed. He then gave a brief account of the 6th mainland's attack. Madame Lan was astonished. So you're saying that when the sixth mainland attacked, my Blaze realm sacrificed a esteemed elder and two enlighter elders? There were also hundreds of thousands of disciples, Elder Tan said. Madame Lan's gaze turned cold. How did old Qi and Si Penghai die? Elder Tan gulped and glanced at Madame Lan's bare feet. They were so white that he hurriedly averted his gaze, afraid that he would be discovered. Elder Qi and Elder Si were frozen to death by the people from the Royal Frost Continent. Madame Lan laughed. The Great Blaze Realm once had 2 emissaries, 6 enlighters, dozens of hunters and the powerful Skyfire army at its peak. But now it's actually been reduced to such a state. That idiot Red Lord has squandered all of his ancestors' wealth. Elder Tan didn't dare to speak and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Madame Lan looked into the distance. The Great Eastern Alliance is an alliance created by a child, yet it's forcing my Blaze Realm to activate its defensive array. Do you know how much energy it costs to activate the array? Elder Tan bitterly replied, Madam, the Great Eastern Alliance isn't simple. The sect master went into seclusion to recuperate, and he said that the Royal Frost Continent was schemed against by the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, Lu Yin, which led to their heavy losses. The plan to open the door was also ruined by Lu Yin. That brat even expelled the Hall of Honor's director, so there are many important figures behind him. Madame Lan shouted, So what? Are there any emissaries among the enemies who attacked us this time? No, there aren't. If there aren't any, then activate the array. I'll go out and meet this so-called Great Eastern Alliance, Madame Lan said coldly. Elder Tan hurriedly complied. Suddenly, in the distance, the enormous flaming whip suddenly shrank, and the flames protecting the Blaze Realm instantly weakened. Madame Lan's expression changed as something had happened to the array. She immediately stepped forward and rushed out of the Blaze Realm. Within the flaming array, explosions rang out and each explosion detonated the void, causing it to distort and tear apart. This was the power of an enlighter. Red Lily retreated far away and stared into the distance in shock. She had never expected that thing to be so powerful. It was clearly just a piece of paper, but it had displayed the power of an enlighter and caused the cultivators from the Blaze Realm who were cooperating with the array to die. She had only used 5 pills, which was equivalent to 5 full-strength attacks from an enlighter. How could these cultivators from the Blaze Realm possibly withstand such an attack? It was no wonder why Wei Rong had been so cautious when he had handed it over to her. Red Lily gritted her teeth and headed deeper into the Blaze Realm. Just as she left, Madame Lan appeared and waved her hand to disperse the aftershocks of the explosion. The flaming whip had also gradually disappeared, and without anyone to coordinate with, the Blaze Realm's defensive array would only weaken. Madame Lan frowned as not just anyone could coordinate with the defensive array, as it required many years of coordinated cultivation. It was impossible to find a replacement for such a role. However, it did not matter as she was about to deactivate the array anyway. In the distance, countless attacks descended from the warships. Madame Lan snorted and raised her hands high. Following that, a scorching radiance illuminated the heavens and transformed into a fireball that soared into the sky. It released an extreme heat that grew hotter and hotter. This was the Blaze Realm's top inherited battle technique, Ardent Sunday. It had been used by the Blaze Realm's expert on the smelting list, Ardent Sunday. In theory, as long as there was enough star energy to support it, Ardent Sun's temperature would be limitless. Madame Lan used a power level of nearly 400,000 to create a giant ardent sun and pushed it towards the Great Eastern Alliance. She wanted to reduce the Great Eastern Alliance to ashes and leave nothing behind. The appearance of ardent sun caused Wei Rong's face to turn pale. The Blaze Realm actually had such a powerhouse, and it was no wonder that they were one of the Innerverse's most powerful organizations. The Blaze Realm was only a third of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's powers, and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone was the weakest of the 8 major flow zones. Wei Rong could not imagine how strong the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan were. Fortunately, Leon's armada had been able to stop the Day-Night clan. Otherwise, just the Great Eastern Alliance alone would have been enough to wipe them all out. That's Ardent Sun, the Blaze Realm's inherited battle technique. If possible, preserve all of the Blaze Realm's battle techniques, a voice said from behind Wei Rong. When he heard the voice, Wei Rong respectfully turned around. Your Highness, you're here. The one who had spoken was Lu Yin, as he was the only one who had the authority to command the attack on the Blaze Realm. He would not underestimate the Blaze Realm as they were an innerverse power. If the Blaze Realm had been at its peak, then Lu Yin would not have dared to provoke them even if he gathered the entire Outerverse power. However, the Blaze Realm was currently at its lowest point in history, especially with Crimson Lord heavily injured. This gave Lu Yin an opportunity, and even if it was slim, he still had to act. Even if there was no other way, there was still Leon's Armada, which was an existence that could face the Day-Night clan head-on. If not for the fact that Lu Yin was afraid of owing Leon's Armada too much and damaging his reputation, he would have asked Leon's Armada for help long ago. Any of the 7 major regiments under Leon's Armada could deal with the current Blaze Realm. "Your Highness, how should we deal with this ardent sun?" Wei Rong asked. In the distance, the universe's outer space was distorted by the ardent sun, and it gradually approached the Great Eastern Alliance's warships. Lu Yin smiled. "We can't deal with the Blaze Realm on our own, so it's time for them to act." As he spoke, the universe's outer space suddenly turned white. It was not that the color had turned white, but rather that a white layer of ice had appeared in outer space and extended outwards. A boundless cold wind blew through space and transformed into a 5-ringed ice plum blossom that swept towards Madame Lawn. Madame Lawn was shocked. The Royal Frost Continent? While the Great Eastern Alliance was attacking the Blaze Realm, the Hall of Honor was also discussing the matter of the Great Eastern Alliance attacking the Blaze Realm. The 6th mainland is about to relocate to the Outerverse, and the Blaze Realm is the gateway to the Innerverse. We can't afford to lose it. Let's ask the Great Eastern Alliance to stop. That's right. Once the Blaze Realm is defeated, the situation in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone will change. More importantly, Lu Yin's desire to attack is too strong and we need to restrain him. We can't let him go too easily. Only a portion of the people were saying these words, and the majority agreed with Lu Yin attacking the Blaze Realm. It was not because they had any objections to the Blaze Realm, but because they did not dare to offend Lu Yin. Who was Lu Yin's backer? Master Yuan was someone who did not concern himself with matters most of the time, and he did not use his influence over the people he had taught to do anything. However, his existence itself was a form of deterrence. Those who did not reach the level of a director did not have the qualifications to speak with Master Yuan, much less the qualifications to criticize the methods that Master Yuan valued. Who was Lu Yin's backer? Everlasting Island was filled with a bunch of lunatics who were capable of doing anything. Who else? In the Lockbreaker Society, Lu Yin had already become a boundless advanced lockbreaker, and his status within the society was extremely high. Although the Blaze Realm also had boundless advanced lockbreakers, they could not compare to Lu Yin. Chapter 1232. What else? Did the head judge count? They did not care that Lu Yin cultivated death qi, but what about Elder Chan? Elder Chan had removed the ageless man's authority for Lu Yin's sake, which had caused many people in the Hall of Honor to see that Elder Chan favored Lu Yin. Elder Chan was the true leader of the Hall of Honor, so who would dare to say anything if he favored Lu Yin? Those who had wanted to stop the Great Eastern Alliance from attacking the Blaze Realm all shut their mouths. They had received a warning and their expressions turned ugly. They were on good terms with the Blaze Realm, but even if they were from the Blaze Realm, it was useless. No one from the Hall of Honor dared to interrupt Lu Yin's attack on the Blaze Realm. The Blaze Realm could only rely on the various great powers of the Innerverse, as the Great Eastern Alliance's existence had already violated the Innerverse interests. Logically speaking, the great powers of the Innerverse would not just watch the Great Eastern Alliance attack the Blaze Realm and allow the Great Eastern Alliance to gain a foothold in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. However, the truth was that they did not care. Lu Yin's threat to the great powers from the Sword Sect was still ringing in their ears, and they did not dare to act rashly before Tianji's battle. The various powers' suspicions and fears led to no one supporting the Blaze Realm. The closest ones were the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire, but they were stopped by Leon's Armada. They would not act, but they would not allow others to support them either. This was Lu Yin's backup plan. Regardless of whether it was the Sylvan Dragons, the Ross Empire, the Sword Sect, or the Wen family, as long as they supported the Blaze Realm, they would all be stopped by Leon's Armada. There were 86 members of the Humble Corps, and all of them were Enlighters who had awakened after being frozen. This power level had caused the Blazing Mist Flow Zone to suffer heavy losses. At their peak, the Blaze Realm had joined forces with the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons, but they had not been able to take them down. Now she was facing the humble core alone. No matter how strong Madame Lan was, she could only fight against the entire humble core, and it would be very difficult for her to win. After all, the humble core had more than one powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. In outer space, the heaven fire stone was thrown towards the sun. The extreme heat baked the universe and the sun's temperature rose higher and higher. Just as Madame Lan was wondering why the humble core did not freeze the sun, she noticed that the sun was shrinking. She looked on in disbelief. The blazing sun had indeed shrunk and finally disappeared. In the starry sky there was only a red stone. Her blazing sun had been absorbed by that stone. Madame Lan immediately tried to grab the stone as it could absorb the sun. This stone was very suitable for the blaze realm. But in front of her, it was impossible for the humble soldiers to let her leave so easily. Madame Lan took out a strange treasure. It was unknown what she did, but she actually crossed the humble army and approached the heavenly flame stone with a single step. She raised her hand and was about to grab it. Just as she was about to grab the heavenly flame stone, it disappeared. Madame Lan was taken aback. She looked into the distance and saw a red dot. It was the sky flame stone. At the moment, the sky flame stone was in the hands of a young man who was smiling at her. Madame Lan looked at the young man and narrowed her eyes. Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his brows. Madame Lan, Mistress Red has treated you so well. Why are you sacrificing yourself for the Blaze realm? Madame Lan sneered. A mere junior like you wants to persuade me to surrender? She then struck out with her palm, causing a gentle flame to howl as it enveloped the entire Great Eastern Alliance army. This was a battle technique from the Blaze realm, soft palm. Back then, Eriker had used his innate gift of black gold to change the soft palm into a technique that was most suitable for him, and he had shone brightly during the Astral Combat Academy tournament. Before the soft palm could reach Lu Yin, it was stopped by a figure. It was Xianxia. Xianxia looked up, and one of his pupils turned blue while the other turned red. Ice burst flame. Blue ice appeared and wrapped around a strand of flame as he tossed it towards Madame Lan. Madame Lan's pupils shrank and a chill ran down her spine. This person's battle technique made her feel as if she was in danger. His power level was definitely not weak, at least not much weaker than hers. Lu Yin was astonished as Yan Yan's power level had actually recovered to nearly 400,000. He truly lived up to his name as the Royal Frost Continent's chief of battle and the commander of the humble army. In outer space, Madame Lan gritted her teeth as she faced the ice burst flame. She took out an orb from her cosmic ring that contained a strand of flame. Her gaze was sorrowful. Master, your disciple is useless. This is the last life-saving item that you left for me and I'll have to use it today. Her gaze was resolute as she raised her hand to throw the orb at the ice burst flame. However, the orb vanished in an instant. Madame Lan was stunned and then she stared at Lu Yin. It was a secret technique. In the distance, Lu Yin opened his hand to reveal the orb. He saw a boundless amount of rune lines and it had a power level close to 500,000. This orb contained the power of someone who had come before it. It was a strange treasure, just like the pearl necklace and walnut that Master Yuan had given him. Give it back. Madame Lan barked. She ignored the ice burst flame and charged towards Lu Yin. Her appearance was beautiful, but she looked sinister at this moment. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he put the orb away and raised his hand. Empty palm. With a bang, Madame Lan was hit by the empty palm. She was powerful in battle, but her physical strength was weak. She had just fought with the humble soldier, so she was hit by the empty palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. Even the Luo Emperor had been sent flying by the empty palm, let alone Madame Lan. A single empty palm was enough to take away half of Madame Lan's life. Xianxia did not throw the ice burst flame at Madame Lan. Instead, the moment she charged towards Lu Yin, he threw it into the blaze domain. The next moment, the blaze domain exploded, distorting space and turning into waves that swept out in all directions. The humble army erected ice in front of the Alliance army to block the might of the ice burst flame. Madame Lan's face paled and she looked towards the blaze domain with blood dripping from her lips. Her body trembled uncontrollably, but she could no longer stop it. Protect the army, Lu Yin barked at Xianxia. He donned his universal armor and charged towards the blaze domain. At this point, the cultivators of the blaze domain were no longer a concern. Only Madame Lan was worthy of his attention among the higher-ups, but she was no match for Xianxia. He had to find Master Red. After passing through the Blaze Domain's defensive array, Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he had arrived too late. Otherwise he would have used the Skyfire Stone to absorb the defensive flames. If he had known earlier he would not have left the smothering cannon for Wei Rong. There was a black hole in space in front of him that sucked in the wreckage of many spacecraft. The ice-burst flame had shattered space and destroyed the Blaze Domain's reinforcements. That attack had buried hundreds of thousands of Blaze Domain disciples. In the distance, Elder Tan panted heavily as he watched this scene in horror. He did not dare to stay any longer as that attack was too terrifying. He had almost been killed and that attack was not something he could withstand. Even Madame Lan would not be able to withstand it. He no longer cared about her. His life was more important. Just as he was about to flee, Lu Yin appeared in front of him. Elder Tan's face went pale as he recognized Lu Yin. Anyone with a bit of status in the innerverse and outerverse would definitely recognize this person. This was the same person who had attacked the Blaze Domain today in a futile attempt to replace them and enter the innerverse. "Who are you?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Elder Tan trembled. "An elder of the Blaze Domain. Take me to Master Hong." After saying this he grabbed Elder Tan and rushed into the Blaze Domain. Elder Tan hurriedly begged for mercy. "Alliance Master Lu, the sect master is in the innermost region. The largest and reddest planet you can see is where the sect master is. Let me go, I'm just a puny enlighter." Lu Yin did not reply. He tore through the void and continued forward. Along the way, countless people from the Blaze Domain fled in all directions. There were also quite a few who had gathered and were shouting slogans to beat back the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin did not care about these people and he soon arrived at the planet at the center of the Blaze Domain, the Red Star. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Red Star. He saw Master Red's rune lines and even though he was heavily injured he still seemed unfathomable. An emissary was still an emissary. Cultivators from the Blaze Domain appeared one after another and surrounded Lu Yin. They were all space-exploring cultivators and they were too weak to the current Lu Yin. "Get out!" one of the cultivators shouted as he glared at Lu Yin. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword, which contained a scorching heat that tore through the void. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and his spiritual force erupted. Nightfall. The cultivators around him trembled, and they all spat out blood as they fell out of the sky. With their spiritual force and cultivation they could not stop nightfall. Lu Yin looked at the giant red star and said, "Master Red, is this how you should act as the Blaze Domain sect master? You want your disciple to die in your place?" Master Red's voice rang out from the red star. "Junior, do you really think that you can break through my Blaze Domain just by gathering some trash? You underestimate the Blaze Domain that has stood tall in the blazing mist flow zone for countless years." Lu Yin raised his head. "I don't dare to underestimate you. At your peak, the Blaze Domain was indeed not something that a junior like me could resist. Even if we gathered the entire Outerverse's power, we still might not be able to break through. But you're already outdated. I was able to topple the day-night flow zone, so there's no need to mention your Blaze Domain. The day-night flow zone was toppled by Leon's armada, not you. You Outerverse trash can barely hold back my Blaze Domain," Master Red growled. Lu Yin smiled. "I'm holding back the entire blazing mist flow zone. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The universe is dark and the innerverse and outerverse are separated. You can use your methods to unify the outerverse, but now that the innerverse and outerverse are connected, your every move is being watched by the entire innerverse. You can only use this method once, but it can't be used a second time. You'll be devoured by the innerverse, along with your family, friends, and subordinates." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The old man was right. His methods would definitely be thoroughly studied when he attacked the Blaze Domain. His methods, such as the Heaven Flame Stone's ability to absorb fire, Liliros's ability to coordinate with the outside, and his methods would all be thoroughly studied. Once he used them he could not use them a second time, which was very troublesome. "If you retreat now, my Blaze Domain will coexist peacefully with your Great Eastern Alliance. My Blaze Domain guarantees that we will not participate in the portal plan," Master Red declared loudly. His voice shook the red planet and caused the heavens to tremble. Flames spread out from the red planet in all directions. Lu Yin laughed. "We've already fought to this point and you still want me to retreat? Master Red, you're getting more and more naive with age." Impudent! Master Red bellowed. The giant red planet flickered and transformed into a ball of flames that swept towards Lu Yin. Master Red was using the red planet's power to increase his power level, which Lu Yin had already guessed. Back when he had destroyed Fire's melt planet, Yan Wujiu had turned the entire planet into energy to increase his power level. Chapter 1233. Lu Yin didn't even try to dodge. Although Red Lord's ability to use the red planet to increase his power level was terrifying, it couldn't hide the fact that he was heavily injured. Even if he increased his power level, he wouldn't be able to reach his peak. Lu Yin's universal armor could block Envoy's attacks. Seeing that his attacks were useless, Red Lord shouted, "Lu Yin, I'm on the red planet. You can't kill me. Once I recover, will you be able to resist me? Also, the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire will not allow you to take over my Blaze realm. Retreat and I can pretend that none of this happened." Lu Yin didn't speak and he merely looked at the red planet. Red Lord shouted again, "Did you hear that, Lu Yin? Retreat from the Blaze realm." Lu Yin still didn't speak. Red Lord didn't speak either and the red planet trembled. It was obvious that something was brewing. "Red Lord, Madame Lan is about to die," Lu Yin suddenly said. Red Lord's tone was gloomy. "She's not dead yet and she won't die so easily." "What makes you say that?" "Based on this?" Lu Yin took out the sphere. Flames raged on the red planet, revealing Red Lord's unease. "Junior, do you really want to fight to the death with my Blaze realm? Let me tell you, my Blaze realm has been in the Innerverse for many years and we have countless disciples. There are even people from my Blaze realm in the Hall of Honor. I know that you have a strong background and as long as you retreat we will have nothing to do with each other. Otherwise, my Blaze realm disciples will destroy you sooner or later." Lu Yin listened quietly as Red Lord continued, "As long as you retreat, the Blaze realm will be your ally from now on." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "You're willing to ally with my Great Eastern Alliance?" "Of course," Red Lord replied. Lu Yin thought about it and then slowly descended onto the red planet. "You won't take this opportunity to attack me, right?" "Of course not, Alliance Leader Lu. Retreat. The Blaze realm has a strong foundation and it's not like the Outerverse. Besides, your Outerverse isn't truly unified, just an alliance. My Blaze realm can also join the Great Eastern Alliance." Lu Yin seemed to be thinking. In front of him, flames condensed and transformed into Red Lord. His rough body was intimidating as he approached Lu Yin. "Alliance Leader Lu, the Blaze realms joining the Great Eastern Alliance is much stronger than those trash from the Outerverse. You only need to retreat." Lu Yin looked at her. "Has your poison been cured?" Master Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred, but she quickly concealed it. "How can mere poison affect me? Alliance Master Lu, what do you think?" As he spoke, he took another 2 steps closer. He looked at her feet. "Are you confident that you can kill me at this distance?" After saying those words, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. Lu Yin's body vanished, and a strand of fiery sword chi shot up into the sky from where he had been standing. It tore through the heavens and cut through the universe, almost splitting the entire Blaze realm in 2. This was Crimson Lord's power and he wanted to kill Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not retaliate. Instead, he charged towards the planet's interior. Master Red's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Trying to escape after coming to the red planet? You're courting death." As he spoke, the entire red planet trembled as the temperature suddenly rose. He wanted to burn Lu Yin alive. Suddenly, black and white flashed in front of him. His mind trembled as he realized that this was a spiritual force attack. This was a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. Outside the red planet, an old man appeared. His hair was a mess of black and white and he looked at the Red Master solemnly. "Day-Night Force." Mistress Hong looked up at the old man. "You're from the Day-Night clan? You're a traitor of the Day King bloodline." This old man was Duan Day-Night, and he was the one who had activated the array beneath the Ancestral Land's stone tablet to prevent the Elders from rescuing the Night King planet. He had followed Zhou Day-Night into the Outerverse and was now helping Lu Yin deal with Mistress Hong. "You're courting death. I'll eradicate you traitors on behalf of the Night King clan." Mistress Hong barked. She raised a hand and flames filled the sky above the red planet as a giant figure stood up. This was the Blaze Realm's top battle technique, the Great Fire God. It was Eccentric Chi's signature battle technique. Duan Dainite's expression turned serious as he continuously attacked Mistress Hong with his spiritual force. Fortunately, Mistress Hong was heavily injured and could not use her power as an emissary. Otherwise, Duan Dainite would not even be qualified to fight against her. Although Mistress Hong was an emissary, she was the weakest in terms of spiritual force, and she had been suppressed by Duan Dainite multiple times. The Great Fire God raised a fist and punched Duan Dainite. Duan Dainite's face flushed red as he was sent flying by the Great Fire God's punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he faced an emissary head-on. Even a heavily injured emissary was a close shave. He had come here to repay Lu Yin for saving Zhou Dainite's life, as well as the entire Daking bloodline. However, this was all he could do, and he was only able to delay Mistress Hong for half a minute. Half a minute was enough for Lu Yin to venture deep into the Red Planet. Just as Mistress Hong was about to continue attacking Duan Dainite, her expression suddenly changed. She looked down and saw the high temperature pressing down on her from all directions. Lu Yin, how did you know that thing was in the Red Planet? Mistress Hong already knew Lu Yin's goal, but it was too late. Lu Yin was ecstatic. He waved his hand and used the secret art once more. An irregular crystal appeared in his palm, and within it was a flame. This was karmic fire. The Blaze Realm's strongest battle technique, the karmic flame sword, could only be used with karmic fire. This was Mistress Hong's greatest trump card. Even if he was heavily injured and had dropped from the emissary realm, the karmic flame sword was still enough to instantly kill anyone below the emissary realm. It could even pose a fatal threat to an emissary. This was Mistress Hong's trump card, and now Lu Yin had obtained it. In the innermost region of the Red Planet, a cloud of smoke had disappeared. It was the old smoker. Lu Yin had continuously conversed with Mistress Hong in order to buy time for the old smoker to find the karmic fire. Only by knowing its location could Lu Yin use the secret art to obtain it. As for entering the planet's core, it was a matter of distance. If he was too far away, he would not be able to obtain the secret art, which was why he had rushed underground. Everything was going smoothly. Mistress Hong had already seen Lu Yin obtain the karmic fire. Her eyes were bloodshot and her grievous injuries had relapsed, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. At first she had thought that Lu Yin had fled in a panic, but now it seemed that Lu Yin had been planning this for a long time. He had even asked the Dainite clan trader to buy time for him. How had he known that the karmic fire was in the Red Planet? How had he found it? Mistress Hong suddenly thought of someone. The old smoker, the assassin who had tried to assassinate her multiple times but had managed to escape unscathed. Only this assassin could enter the Red Planet without Mistress Hong noticing. She had miscalculated. Lu Yin had mobilized all the power he had at his disposal to launch the most fatal attack on Mistress Hong. Mistress Hong was furious. She had thought that she had lured Lu Yin to the Red Planet as part of her plan, but now she had been tricked instead. Mistress Hong roared, causing the entire Red Planet to crack open. Boundless flames were sucked into her body and her stomach glowed. In the distance, Elder Tan was aghast. The sect master had gone mad. Within the Red Planet, Lu Yin looked up in a daze as Mistress Hong absorbed the flames. He then silently sprinkled Elder Wu's poison, which had been upgraded to 12 times, into the flames. Lu Yin watched as the poisonous flames were sucked into Mistress Hong's body and waited for it to take effect. However, Mistress Hong sneered. "I've already been poisoned, so it doesn't matter how much comes. Did you think that I didn't see your despicable actions?" She pressed down with one hand, causing the entire Red Planet to press down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was inwardly furious. He had miscalculated and wasted a bottle of poison. He broke free from the ground and rushed to the surface. He raised a hand and sent an empty palm at Mistress Hong. Mistress Hong's expression changed and she dodged. Even an emissary had to dodge the empty palm, which showed just how powerful Lu Yin's empty palm was. At the same time, it also showed that Mistress Hong's injuries were too severe. Otherwise, even if the empty palm could push her back 2 steps at his peak, it would not be able to harm her. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was good that Mistress Hong was wary of the empty palm, but he was afraid that Mistress Hong would not be. Mistress Hong stretched out her hands, and the flames converged into a sword that slashed at Lu Yin. There was no sword technique involved, only an indescribably high temperature. Lu Yin forcefully endured the attack and his body was sent flying. The high temperature roasted his universal armor, and even though it could not harm his physical body, Lu Yin could still feel the scorching heat. If the temperature had been any higher, it would have been hard to say. At that moment, Mistress Hong's sword descended once more. Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes that weakened the number of rune lines as he released his spiritual force. Day-Night Tribute. Day-Night's Tribute was the highest spiritual force battle technique that Lu Yin had grasped, and it could be considered the highest spiritual force battle technique in the entire Day-Night clan. This was the first time that Lu Yin had used the Night King Heaven Opening technique against someone, and his target was the heavily injured Mistress Hong. Mistress Hong's body trembled and he was about to attack a third time when the scene in front of him changed. He saw his master, the lofty man who seemed to be able to incinerate space itself. Mistress Hong's pupils shrank when he saw his master. Impossible. You can't still be alive. The man in front of Mistress Hong raised a hand. Wretched disciple, you ambushed your master and stole the position of sect master. Today your master will clean up the sect. He then raised his right hand and slashed down. The words, clean up the sect, jolted Mistress Hong back to her senses, and she thought about the plan and Lu Yin. This was an illusion and she did not resist the man's attack. Instead she slashed out in all directions intending to break through this illusion. From what she knew, this slash would cause everything around her to vanish. However, the man's hand slammed into Mistress Hong's forehead. Mistress Hong felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and she spat out a mouthful of blood as she stared at the man in disbelief. How could this be? This had to be an illusion. What kind of illusion could be so terrifying? His pupils had turned crimson red. Wretched disciple, you still dare to resist. The man slapped down again. Mistress Hong roared and flames erupted from her body, burning everything around her. The next moment, Mistress Hong's vision changed and she returned to the red planet. A wisp of white smoke had appeared out of nowhere and coiled around her neck. Mistress Hong's face was deathly pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin, I'll kill you. The red planet shattered and flames surged up from underground to envelop him. Even the white smoke was incinerated. Even though the old smoker had tried to assassinate Mistress Hong many times, it had not been of much use. Mistress Hong was not someone he could deal with, and Mistress Hong didn't even care about him. Lu Yin panted heavily as the Day-Night's tribute was too taxing on his spiritual force. His muscles were trembling and he felt dizzy and nauseous. Chapter 1234. Lord Crimson had absorbed all the flames of the Red Star, and his combat power had increased. His rune lines were gradually approaching the rune lines of envoys. Lu Yin knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, even if the Crimson Lord was half dead, it would be pointless if they couldn't win. He hadn't come here to fight to the death with the Crimson Lord. He took a deep breath and a platform appeared in front of him. He cut his finger and a drop of blood flowed out and floated in the air. His expression was sincere and solemn as he said, "With my blood I summon the general." Fresh blood floated and dripped onto the general appointment stage. Then the blood covered the giant emperor's mark on the stage. A roar seemed to come from afar, getting closer and closer. When the Red Lord finished absorbing the flames, the figure of the giant emperor appeared in front of the general appointment stage. At that moment, more than half of the star energy in Lu Yin's body vanished. The giant emperor had been formed from blood and star energy, and it had been summoned from the innate talent general platform. This was Lu Yin's innate gift. As he looked at the giant emperor's back, Lu Yin was stunned. This was his first time using it, and it really did seem like the giant emperor from Progenitor Chen's tomb had been reborn. Regardless of whether it was the expression or the movements, everything was exactly the same. The giant emperor within Progenitor Chen's tomb had not only been intelligent, but it also possessed a powerful physical body. Even though Lu Yin had become a hunter, he had only been able to force the giant emperor back by a few steps. If not for the fact that everyone had used their power vessels to work together, they would not have been able to kill the giant emperor. Even though the giant emperor didn't have any battle techniques or use star energy, his physical strength was enough to make an emissary raise her eyebrows. In the distance, Master Hong stared at the tall giant emperor in a daze. What was this? Where did it come from? He hadn't noticed it at all. Outside the Red Planet, Duan Day-Night and Elder Tan saw the giant emperor and were both stunned. No one knew where the giant emperor had come from, but no one had noticed such a huge creature. It was unbelievable. Summoning the giant emperor had exhausted him both physically and mentally. The giant emperor roared into the sky. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he controlled the giant emperor to attack Master Hong. The Red Sovereign's eyes widened. "Giants, you're courting death." As he spoke, flames surged from the ground and wrapped around the giant emperor. Then the giant emperor was flung into the air and smashed into the ground. The surging flames covered the giant emperor, attempting to burn him to ashes. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He could sense that the giant emperor was unharmed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the giant emperor stood up and charged toward Master Red. Along the way he grabbed huge rocks and threw them at her. Master Hong frowned. He waved his hand and the flames turned into a long sword that slashed down, shattering the boulder. At the same time, the flaming sword Qi slashed towards the giant emperor. A bloody wound appeared on the giant emperor's chest, but there was no blood flowing out. Instead, the wound was actually healing itself, but the cost was that Lu Yin's star energy had been consumed once again. He suddenly realized that if it weren't for his extraordinary star energy reserves, he wouldn't have been able to support the giant emperor at all. Even if someone else had the innate gift of General's platform, they would not have enough star energy to support it. Could this be considered a predestined fate? The giant emperor quickly recovered from Master Red's attack. He closed in on Master Red and punched out. The Red Lord's expression changed as he watched the giant emperor's wounds heal. Talent. He had no time to think. Seeing the giant emperor's fist coming down on him, he hurriedly dodged. The earth cracked and the entire red planet was split into two. The tremendous force even distorted the void, turning it into a spider web of cracks that spread out. The Red Lord was shocked. The giant emperor was actually this strong. In terms of raw strength, neither Lu Yin nor Ghoul would be a match for the giant emperor. The giants had a huge advantage in terms of physical strength. As for the Red Lord, even though he was an emissary, physical strength was not his forte. He was not weak either, but compared to the giant emperor while heavily injured, he was not that weak. The giant emperor's fist did not hit the Red Lord, so he raised his fist again, spread open his fingers and viciously swept out. A violent gale whizzed out, causing a small portion of the red planet to scatter. Countless boulders and magma splattered into space. Elder Tan hurriedly dodged and stared at the red planet in horror. The shock waves from the battle there were enough to shatter his body. Duan Day Knight was shocked. What great strength! The red planet had been completely destroyed. The Red Lord's eyes widened, and the veins on his body bulged as if they were flowing with magma. Layers of flames spread out, incinerating the earth, air, star energy and even light. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated, but the flames on the Red Lord's body converged to form the fire god once more. This fire god was even hotter than the one that had attacked Duan Day Knight. The giant emperor roared and charged at the fire god, but the Red Lord raised his hand and pressed it down. The fire god charged at the giant emperor and the two giants collided. The Red Lord spat out a mouthful of black blood. He had not completely detoxified the poison and his body was occasionally frozen. This was an injury left behind by the Ice Empress. Once the chill entered his body, it would not be easy to resolve. The giant emperor was incinerated by the fire god, but it also continued to attack, causing the fire god to shrink. Beads of sweat dripped down Lu Yin's forehead as the 726 stars on his body frantically absorbed star energy. It was not enough and his star energy was almost depleted. He took out a heaven flame stone and threw it at the fire god. If Madame Lan had been here, she would have stopped him. She had seen the heaven flame stone absorb the sun with her own eyes, but the Red Lord did not know. The heaven flame stone was thrown into the fire god's body, where it frantically absorbed energy. The fire god disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Red Lord was stunned and could not react. His fire god's battle technique had disappeared? At that moment, the giant emperor punched out at the Red Lord. The Red Lord's expression changed and he immediately dodged, but he did not expect Lu Yin to appear in the direction he had dodged. With a single palm strike, the Red Lord was sent flying back. There was a loud boom as the fist struck the Red Lord, causing his red star to shatter. The Red Lord spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. The giant emperor roared and punched out again. The Red Lord's expression turned sinister. "You've gone too far." Another boom rang out as the Red Lord was smashed into the ground by the giant emperor. The giant emperor ferociously stomped on the ground, but Lu Yin hurriedly stopped it. He shifted his gaze and looked at the ground 10,000 meters away from the giant emperor. He placed his right hand on the giant emperor's right arm, and the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. Underground, the Red Lord's eyes were filled with hatred, and there was a shocking killing intent hidden in the depths of his eyes. The ground around him cracked and floated into space. The entire red star had shattered, and a wisp of flame appeared in his hand. As soon as it appeared, the high temperature around him suddenly disappeared as if it had never existed. There was only a small wisp of flame, and it looked as if it would be extinguished at any moment. However, it was this wisp of flame that caused the Red Lord's eyes to burn with passion. Of all the treasures left behind by that damned old bastard, this wisp of flame is the most valuable. Unfortunately, I'll have to use it. The flame danced and gradually transformed into a long sword that pulsed with sword chi. It was somewhat similar to the karmic flame sword. The so-called karmic flame sword was a battle technique that absorbed the karmic flames of the karmic flame sword. The trigger was the karmic flames, but it did not necessarily have to be karmic flames. The Red Lord endured his injuries and took out this wisp of flame. What followed was the pain of being burned by the high temperature. In his heavily injured state, it was difficult for him to use this wisp of flame. Even if he did use it, he would definitely be burned by the flames afterwards. Although he would not die, it would be no different from death and he would suffer immense pain. However, in his current situation he had no choice but to use it. The Red Lord's fervent gaze turned sinister. "You forced me to do this, Lu Yin. What did I force you to do?" Lu Yin's voice rang out from behind the Red Lord. The Red Lord was shocked. A secret technique? The Red Lord turned around and struck out with a palm that carried a flame imprint. This was the Blaze Realm's battle technique, soft palm. Lu Yin took out the single-sided mirror with his left hand while the giant's right arm punched out at the Red Lord's arm with his right. As the Crimson Lord's soft palm neared Lu Yin, his star energy was suddenly uncontrollably absorbed by the single-sided mirror. His entire body was smashed into the ground by Lu Yin's fist, and the wisp of flame that he had just summoned fell out of his control. It then spread out and burned the sky. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly took out a heaven fire stone to absorb the flame. However, the flame was too fierce and even the heaven fire stone could not absorb it all in time. Fortunately, Lu Yin was wearing his universal armor, or else he would have been turned to dust by the flames. Even though Lu Yin dodged, the giant emperor could not and was vaporized by the flames. The flames burned the red planet and then spread out into outer space. Planets that came into contact with the flames turned into seas of fire, and the creatures on them fled in fear. However, they were all burned to ashes in the end. The old chain smoker was nowhere to be seen. Elder Tan fled the moment he saw the flames. He was someone who played with fire and it was obvious that he could not touch this type of flame. Duan Day Night also retreated far away and looked at the red planet. He did not dare to touch this type of flame either. The red planet completely shattered and scattered in all directions, but it was also incinerated by the flames and gradually turned into nothingness. The Red Lord was buried deep underground and had been heavily injured by Lu Yin time and time again. He had reached the limit of his patience and could not endure any longer. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Junior, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He then opened his mouth and swallowed the burning flames. This was the second time he had swallowed flames. The first time had been the red planet's flames and this time, it was the wisp of flame that even the Red Lord himself was afraid of. However, he was so enraged that he used the power of an emissary. Even if he would never be able to recover his strength after this, he would still destroy Lu Yin. Lu Yin continuously dodged the flames and looked at the Red Lord. He saw that the Red Lord's rune lines were rising endlessly and his scalp went numb. Not good, this old man is going all out. This was the true power of an emissary. They did not use star energy but rather astral sources. At this moment, Lu Yin felt as if he had been submerged in mud and he could not breathe. The star energy in his body had uncontrollably stopped flowing as if it had been suppressed. The Red Lord had completely displayed what an emissary was. His eyes and mouth burned with flames as he looked at Lu Yin. "Junior, I'll burn your bones to ashes." Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. He could not possibly deal with an emissary as they were on a completely different level. The gap was even greater than when a Lemeter challenged an explorer. Was it over? The challenge was no longer possible. It seemed that he would have to ask an emissary for help, which left Lu Yin somewhat helpless. He only knew of 2 emissaries who could help him besides those from Leon's armada: the Sea King's Dome Elder He and the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress could not come out, and Elder He had already been invited by Lu Yin. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Yin would not ask for Elder He's help. The Sea King's Dome had its own stance, and the price of asking for help was too great. Just as Lu Yin was debating whether or not to ask Elder He for help, the Red Lord suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood froze in midair and fell to the ground, slowly freezing his entire body. Chapter 1235. Lu Yin was shocked as the Ice Empress had actually injured him so severely. It was no wonder why he hadn't dared to use the power of an emissary. The Ice Empress was an emissary, so she naturally used an astral source. Once Red Lord used his astral source, the chill would explode. The Red Lord didn't expect the cold air to be so strong. It knocked him down from his emissary-level power. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily and coughing up blood. What he coughed up was also red ice. His blood had already begun to coagulate, and there was even a trace of black in it. Lu Yin relaxed, glad that he had set up a trap on the Royal Frost continent. Otherwise, even Elder He might not have been able to resist Red Lord at his peak. Red Lord stared blankly at the ground and smiled bitterly. He had lost. His blood had congealed and his astral source had dissipated. Flames were burning his organs, and at this moment, even if Lu Yin hadn't acted, he would have been burned to ashes by those flames. Those flames had come from his master, the previous Blaze Realm Sect Master. Red Lord had rebelled and killed the previous sect master. "Master, are you the one who took revenge?" Heaven's will," Red Lord muttered to himself as blood flowed from his orifices. A trace of flames spread from his mouth and covered his entire body, burning away the frozen chill and himself. This scene was extremely tragic. The dignified Red Lord, the Blaze Realm Sect Master, a powerhouse who had dominated the Innerverse and Outerverse for many years, had met such a tragic end. Lu Yin looked at Red Lord from afar to prevent him from acting out of desperation. Red Lord glared at him, and the hatred in his eyes seemed to be imprinted in Lu Yin's mind. "You'll have this day as well. You'll definitely have it." Lu Yin took a deep breath. "Even if it does, you won't be able to see it." Red Lord's skin was being burned and peeled off layer by layer. It was a terrifying sight to behold. He glared at Lu Yin. "I'll wait for you below. You'll come, and sooner or later, someone will make you suffer a fate worse than mine." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched Red Lord turn into a flaming man. Complex emotions welled up in his heart. This was the universe and it was cruel. Even the Blaze Realm Sect Master could not escape his fate. At that moment 2 people came over. One of them was Lily Rose, while the other woman looked like Lily Rose, but she was even more bewitching and mature. She looked quite flustered and tried to break free from Lily Rose's grasp, but Lily Rose continued to hold on to her until she was not too far away from Master Hong. Red Master saw the 2 of them. His skin had been burned away, but his eyes could still be seen. "Who is my biological father?" Lily Rose stared at Red Master and asked loudly. The girl who was caught by her looked at Master Hong in fear and shivered. She looked like she was in a daze. She was trembling in fear. "Tell me, who is my biological father?" Lily Rose asked again, staring at Red Master. Red Lord's arms fell off and were incinerated, and his legs gradually disappeared. Half of his body fell to the ground, but his eyes could still be seen. He first looked at Lily Rose, then at the woman in Lily Rose's hands. Red Lord's burned face revealed a sinister smile. "You'll never know that it was you who betrayed the Blaze Realm. You and that woman will always be bitches." Lily Rose's eyes were bloodshot. "You really aren't my biological father." The woman in Lily Rose's hands kept twisting her body. "Let me go, Lily Rose. I'm your mother, let me go." Lily Rose's eyes widened and her hands turned green. Lu Yin watched the scene quietly. At that moment, a figure tore through the void and appeared in the distance. It was Madame Lan. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and her abdomen had been frozen by ice. Her entire back was frozen as well. Xianxia chased after Madame Lan. When Madame Lan saw that only half of Red Master's body was left, she smiled miserably and rushed over. Xianxia wanted to attack again, but he was stopped by Lu Yin. He stood behind Lu Yin and looked at Madame Lan warily. In outer space, Duan Daoist also descended and watched the scene with a complicated expression. One of the Innerverse overlords had fallen just like that. Madame Lan walked in front of Red Master and looked down at him. Did you ever think that this day would come? You were the one who burned Master alive. Red Master could only move his eyes now and he could no longer speak. Madame Lan took a deep breath, raised her left hand and touched the flames that had burned Red Master. The next moment her body was engulfed in flames as well. Red Master's eyes widened in disbelief. I couldn't stop you from killing Master. Today I'll go with you to atone for my sins. She suddenly attacked Lily Rose. Lu Yin's gaze froze and he was about to attack when he suddenly stopped. Madame Lan did not attack Lily Rose, but instead grabbed the woman. Flames spread out and enveloped the woman as well. The woman screamed in agony. Lily Rose was shocked. Stop. Lu Yin suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed her. Don't touch her, you'll die. No. Lily Rose shouted. Even though she hated her mother, she was still her mother. The woman screamed and reached out to grab Lily Rose. Save me. I'm your mother. Save me. Lily Rose was dragged to the side by Lu Yin and she screamed helplessly. Madame Lan was burned by the flames and she coldly said, You've served him for so many years. Let's go together. Didn't you say that you loved him? The woman screamed in agony, but it only lasted for a few seconds before she turned to ash. Her strength was not enough to withstand the flames, and she died even faster than Red Master, but she was also much more fortunate. Red Master's eyeballs fell to the ground and turned to ash, completely disappearing from the universe. Madame Lan was also incinerated and gradually turned to ash. Lily Rose sat on the ground in grief, staring blankly at the spot where her mother had been burned. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. He didn't know what he was thinking, but it was very complicated. Red Master's words echoed in his mind. He had been scheming since the Royal Frost Continent to deal with Red Master. He had used the Ice Empress power to severely injure him and then had the old smoker sneak into the Blaze Realm to search for the Tribulation Fire and steal it. Lu Yin had done everything he could to deal with the severely injured Red Master. In the end, if not for the chill that the Ice Empress had left in his body, he would have still needed to ask the emissaries for help. He had won, but the credit did not belong to him. But it did not matter. From this day onwards, the Blaze Realm belonged to Lu Yin. This was different from the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the Outerverse had been unified, the only territories that truly belonged to Lu Yin were Frostwave Weave, Grand Top Weave, North Castle Weave and Armament Weave. These 4 weaves had been conquered by Lu Yin, and the rest had merely been allied with him. The Blaze Realm had also been conquered by him. He had forcefully seized a piece of land in the Innerverse with his iron fist. Had it been difficult? It had been very difficult, and Lu Yin could imagine the difficulties he had faced in conquering the Blaze Realm. The Hall of Honor and the various powers of the Innerverse would not have allowed him to do so, but he had still succeeded and used up everything he had. If not for his background, Lu Yin believed that the Blaze Realm would have caused trouble for him within the Hall of Honor. If not for Leon's armada, Lu Yin believed that the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon clan would have acted. No one would care about the internal strife of the Innerverse, but Lu Yin was different. He was the master of the Outerverse and the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. It had been difficult enough to temporarily cancel the portal plan, let alone allow him to invade the Blaze Realm. It seemed impossible, but he had still managed to do it. 13 years, a whole 13 years. He had gone from being an ignorant commoner to his current state. He had experienced far too much as he cultivated, and he had encountered many life-threatening dangers. He had even died a few times before finally reaching this point. It was a pity that the flames that had burned Crimson Lord to death had been too hot, and he had not been able to touch them. Xianxia took a few steps back and bowed. Congratulations, Your Highness, on taking control of the Blaze Realm. Duan Daoist was startled back to his senses, and he looked at Lu Yin with sincere admiration. What had shocked him the most was Lu Yin's battle with the Crimson Lord. Even though the Crimson Lord had relied on external items, not just anyone could fight against the Crimson Lord. This young man's future was unimaginable. In the void, the white smoke formed words. Congratulations, Your Highness, on taking control of the Blaze Realm. Can I reward you with some natural treasures? Lu Yin saw that the old smoker had indeed contributed greatly. If not for the old smoker, Lu Yin would not have been able to find the karmic flames. If Crimson Lord had used the karmic flame sword, the outcome would have been different. Lu Yin tossed the old smoker 50 natural treasures that could be upgraded to avoid danger. Your reward. The old smoker was delighted and the white smoke distorted to form words. Thank you, boss. He still had 30 natural treasures that he had obtained from Bushtree Planet that had been upgraded to avoid danger. There were also 10 natural treasures that had been given to him by Shamrock Enterprises that had been upgraded to avoid danger. He looked at the white smoke and suddenly asked, "What's your relationship with the Neoverse Smokescreen Mountain Range?" The white smoke did not answer and slowly dissipated. Lu Yin looked to his right. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. If you need any help, just let me know." The white smoke vanished and the old smoker left. Actually, when the 6th mainland had invaded, Lu Yin had already guessed what had happened when he saw Gushauer's smoke. How could a hunter like the old smoker infiltrate the Blaze realm and assassinate Crimson Lord time and time again? The only possibility was that kind of smoke, magical smoke. That smoke could even resist Zi's life energy, and it had even saved Gushauer's life from ghouls. It was truly miraculous. It was also because of this smoke that the old smoker had been able to assassinate Crimson Lord. Although it was useless, it had helped him make a name for himself. The red planet was completely destroyed and burned away. Lu Yin stood quietly on a shattered piece of land. In the distance, the humble core appeared, followed by the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet. Wei Rong saw Lu Yin from his spacecraft and was delighted. They had won. From this moment on, the Great Eastern Alliance had officially taken over the Blaze realm. The Blaze realm's remaining million disciples had all been captured and many had escaped. The spacecraft had scattered and the blazing mist flow zone was thrown into chaos. Lu Yin announced that he did not need to worry about these matters and that he could leave them to Huan Sha, Wei Rong and the others. What Lu Yin needed to do now was take over everything in the Blaze realm, and by everything he meant the resources. Elder Tan trembled as he stood in front of Lu Yin, his attitude extremely respectful. Sin Sinner Little Tan greets the Alliance leader. Lu Yin was stunned and looked at him strangely. Little Tan. Elder Tan fearfully replied, "Yes, sir." Lu Yin laughed. "You're very tactful. Thank you, brothers, for supporting Little Seven in conquering the Blaze realm. Thank you for your support. Come and give me some tips. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1236. Elder Tan hurriedly bowed and said resolutely, "Alliance leader's might is unparalleled and I am willing to follow you to expand your territory. Wherever you point your sword I will fight to the death. Alliance leader will unify the universe, control the Hall of Honor, suppress the 6th mainland and reclaim the Astral Beast domain. Alliance leader is invincible." Lu Yin was stunned as this stance seemed a little familiar. Ku Wei arrived. On his way here he had prepared a lot of flattery words that would not lose his elegance, but would also show off Lu Yin's unparalleled power. However, as soon as he arrived he heard Elder Tan's words and he stared blankly at the old man. For a moment he was actually speechless. This old man had spoken such words to the top of his head. This was an expert. The highest level of flattery was to flatter oneself so that others would have nothing to flatter. The old man had sealed off Ku Wei's path of flattery. Lu Yin coughed. "Elder Tan, where are the Blaze Realm's resources? Take me there." Elder Tan hurriedly replied, "Yes, Alliance leader." If the Blaze Realm's ancestors knew that the resources they collected were for Alliance leaders' use, they would feel honored even if they died. Ku Wei was stunned once again. These words were too shameless. If the people from the Blaze Realm heard this, they would be so angry that they would come back to life. This old man was shameless. Even Lu Yin felt embarrassed. "7th bro, congratulations on defeating the Red Lord and defeating an emissary as a hunter. 7th bro, you are invincible and will definitely become a progenitor in the future. You will become the first progenitor of all time," Ku Wei said loudly. He had to win this round and he could not be surpassed by this old man on the path of flattery. Since he could not surpass this old man on the path of praise, then he would start with his cultivation. When the words "first progenitor of all time" came out, Elder Tan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Ku Wei in shock. An expert, an absolute expert who had blazed a new trail. If Ku Wei could say something like this, then it was comparable to his previous praise. Ku Wei looked at Elder Tan provocatively. An indescribable atmosphere intertwined in their gazes. Both of them could feel the other's strength as if they were fated enemies. The Blaze Realm's resources were stored in a folded space not far from the Red Planet. Without a core member of the Blaze Realm leading the way, it was impossible to find them. Although Elder Tan's cultivation was the lowest of all the Enlighters in the Blaze Realm, he was still one of the few Enlighters who were qualified to enter the folded space. The folded space was very small. It was only the size of a city. However, it was filled with the resources of the fire field. When Lu Yin's group entered the folded space, they happened to see people from the Blaze Realm hurriedly storing resources into their cosmic rings. How dare you? You've seen the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, the Hall of Honors Fatsi, the Lockbreaker with the greatest potential, the strongest of the 10 Arbiters, and the invincible Alliance leader Lu. Why aren't you kneeling down and begging for protection? Elder Tan shouted as he stared at the people from the Blaze Realm. Ku Wei was a step too late and he glared angrily at Elder Tan. The cultivators from the Blaze Realm who were collecting resources panicked. They hurriedly bowed while trembling. Greetings, Alliance leader Lu. They had never imagined that Alliance Master Lu Yin would immediately come here after defeating the Blaze Realm. Logically speaking, shouldn't he have announced this to the universe? Lu Yin released his domain and enveloped the entire city. His eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy. These were the Blaze Realm's resources. Just the star essence alone was estimated to be 1 trillion cubes. That was 1 trillion cubes of star essence, which was equivalent to an entire mountain of star essence on the 6th mainland's transportation continent. This was Lu Yin's third time seeing so many star essence. The first time had been on the 6th mainland's transportation continent, and the second time had been at the border warehouse in the Endless Weaves. The first 2 times had nothing to do with him, but this time it was all his. Star essence was the least valuable resource in this folded space, and it was laid flat on the ground for anyone to step on. Aside from star essence, Lu Yin also saw source boxes, power vessels and various weapons. There were also all sorts of ores and natural treasures that he did not recognize. The value of this folded space was immeasurable. He had a feeling that he might just be rich. The moment Red Lord died, the Blaze Realm had already lost. The humble core and the Great Eastern Alliance's army were enough to sweep through the Blaze Realm. Countless people in the Innerverse had their eyes on the Blaze Realm's battle. The Hall of Honor did not want to get involved. The various great powers were wary of Lu Yin, and the other powers in the blazing mist flow zone were powerless to do anything. This created a situation where everyone was waiting. Everyone in the universe who knew of this news sincerely hoped that Red Lord would not lose. In the Spirit Seal flow zone, Ling Qiu, the Lingling clan's matriarch, was silent. He had always looked down on Red Lord and the Blaze Realm. Even though the Blaze Realm was known as one of the great powers of the Innerverse, they were still lacking in comparison. What made her look down on Red Lord the most was his temperament and lifestyle, which disgusted her. However, she had never wished that Red Lord could be more powerful. The more powerful he was, the better. At that moment, an old woman walked over and whispered, "Matriarch, the Blaze Realm has lost. Red Lord and Madame Lan are both dead." Ling Qiu was stunned, but she shook her head helplessly. They still lost. "Matriarch, you guessed it?" The old woman was astonished. Ling Qiu replied, "Looking at all the battles that Lu Yin has waged, he rarely loses. Once he makes a move, he's almost guaranteed to win. That kid always does things flawlessly." The old woman frowned. "What should we do? Do we still need to carry out the portal plan?" Ling Qiu was helpless. "In the name of the Lingling clan, we condemn the Great Eastern Alliance for starting a war without permission. Don't do anything else. Everything will be decided after the sovereign tournament." The old woman nodded. "Yes, matriarch." Ling Qiu looked in the direction of the Blaze Realm. "So what if you get the Blaze Realm? We didn't even consider them at their peak, let alone a bunch of mobs. Without the threat of the sovereign tournament, the Innerverse will show you what it means to be unfathomable and irreversible." In the Sword Sect, the pond was still there. Sect Master Lu Qinjue looked at the surface of the water and shook his head. They still lost. Leon's Armada, the entire Outerverse and the Royal Frost Continent have all gathered together. "We'll let you have your way. Everything will be decided after the sovereign tournament." The Lingling clan, Sword Sect, Divine Grade Hall, when family and Chaos God Mountain had all tacitly approved of Lu Yin's occupation of the Blaze Realm. In their eyes, Lu Yin had nothing to lose and the Supreme Tournament was too important to them. The more they thought about it, the more apprehensive they became. However, apprehension did not mean that they would let Lu Yin do as he pleased. The Supreme Tournament was approaching, and once it ended, they would definitely settle their scores with the Great Eastern Alliance. It was not that easy to enter the Innerverse, and it was a joke to think that the Outerverse powers would be able to resist the Innerverse many great powers. Any one of the leaders of the 8 great flow zones could cause the Blaze Realm to collapse. Master Crimson had been right. Lu Yin had already revealed all of his trump cards when he attacked the Blaze Realm, and the Innerverse would not allow him to succeed a second time. Leon's Armada, the Royal Frost Continent and the combined power of the Outerverse powers would all become targets of the Innerverse's great powers, and no one was stupid. Lu Yin's victory over the Blaze Realm made these great powers apprehensive, but it also made the smaller powers around the Blaze Realm even more fearful, such as Northline Flow Zone, Tempest Flow Zone, Ascension Flow Zone, and so on. They were all afraid that the Great Eastern Alliance would target them next, and of course they were most concerned about the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons. When news of the Blaze Realm's defeat spread, the surrounding great powers spontaneously joined forces to denounce the Great Eastern Alliance. Their people in the Hall of Honor also gradually spoke out to curb the Great Eastern Alliance. Even the Outerverse Elder Nuohua, Elder Big Drum, and the others received many messages, hoping that they would step in to curb Lu Yin. The Innerverse Hall of Honor's elders received even more messages from the various great powers of the Innerverse. The leading powers of the 8 great flow zones did not fear the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had nothing to fear. They planned to deal with Lu Yin after the Supreme Tournament, but the smaller flow zones' powers did not know about this, nor did they have the qualifications to participate in this discussion. They were all apprehensive of the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance's takeover of the Blaze Realm was like a boulder being tossed into a calm lake, and it caused a backlash from the entire Innerverse. The surrounding flow zones gathered their armies and cultivators, and they eyed the Blaze Realm covetously. The Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons took the lead, and even though they were stopped by Leon's Armada, their hostility towards the Great Eastern Alliance continued to grow. This news quickly spread to the Neoverse and many people were stunned. However, most people did not care, as to them the Outerverse and the Innerverse were all barren lands. Within the Blaze Realm's folded space, Lu Yin was walking on top of the star essence, which was a very refreshing feeling. When he had first obtained a star essence, he had felt that he was rich and his horizons had been broadened. When he had obtained 1,000,000 star essence, he had confirmed that he was rich, and his horizons had been broadened once again. When he had obtained 10,000,000 star essence, he was 100% sure that he was rich. After upgrading his universal armor, his horizons had been broadened once again. Now, as he looked at the star essence spread out across the ground, he secretly warned himself that he could not be arrogant. His die's 3 pips was nothing. If he wanted to upgrade his universal armor now, this amount of money would not be enough to upgrade it more than a few times. Lu Yin felt that his horizons had been broadened enough. Unintentionally, he saw Ku Wei, who did not seem surprised at all. Did he not think that this amount of money was a lot? He must have seen more than this. Right, this guy was from the Ku family and the 7 courts must have far more money than the Blaze Realm. This guy's horizons were even wider than Lu Yin's, which was unacceptable. Lu Yin's pride did not allow others to see that he was poor. As he thought about it, he pretended to be dissatisfied. Why are there so few resources? How can the Blaze Realm be justified with so little resources? Lu Yin asked calmly. Ku Wei was about to speak when Elder Tan interrupted him. Of course, these resources are not worthy of the Alliance Master, and they aren't even enough for your pocket money. However, the Blaze Realm has been invaded by the 6th mainland, and their expenses are extremely high. The Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated for many years, which has led to a severe shortage of resources. Some ignorant fellows even used up some of the resources to activate the defensive array. Please forgive me. Ku Wei was furious as this old man had taken the lead again. What pocket money? This money isn't even enough for 7th bro to use twice. It can't even be considered pocket money. Elder Tan stared at him with a provocative gaze. Ku Wei raised his head. Lu Yin listened and thought about it seriously. It seemed that Elder Tan was right. 3 pips was too frightening. Chapter 1237. Have Wei Rong distribute a portion of the resources to everyone who participated in the battle. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yin coughed and stared fervently at the star essence on the ground. No matter what, the amount of star essence here was more than what he had obtained in the past. He was finally rich. Not only had he obtained these from the Blaze Realm, but he had also obtained Madame Lan's power vessel and the Tribulation Fire. These were all priceless treasures. As soon as he left the folded space, Lu Yin immediately ordered the area to be sealed off so that no one could steal anything from within. As for the cultivators from the Blaze Realm who had tried to steal resources, they were ordered to throw their own belongings into the folded space, much less steal anything from them. They themselves had become captives, which was a sad sight. Just as he left the folded space, Wei Rong contacted him. Your Highness, the Innerverse is in an uproar. Everyone wants to expel us, and the surrounding flow zones have formed an alliance. The Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons have already made preparations for war. Lu Yin felt helpless. Why was he being boycotted everywhere he went? This attack on the Blaze Realm had been a little too high profile. Next time he would use a different method and secretly occupy it. With Leon's armada around, they won't dare to make a move. The surrounding flow zones are just a motley crew, so don't worry about them. At that moment, another call came from his gadget. It was from a stranger. Someone who could contact him at this time was definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Yin accepted the call, and a pleasant female voice sounded from the other end. Alliance Master Lu, this is Xianxia. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. It was one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor. So it's Director Xian. How can this junior disturb you? Alliance Master Lu is an incredible person. Don't belittle yourself. Xianxia smiled. Lu Yin replied, how's the investigation into whether or not I'm a traitor of the 5th mainland going? Don't tell me you still want to use your only privilege as a director. Alliance Master Lu, are you holding a grudge? Then you shouldn't be doing this to me. Lu Yin smiled. I wouldn't dare. I'm just asking. I have a clear conscience and I don't want to be framed. Xianxia smiled. We believe that. The investigation hasn't even been started yet. Everyone trusts you. Lu Yin smiled. This had nothing to do with whether or not they believed him. If not for Everlasting Sky Island, Master Yuan, and even Elder Chan's help, these directors wouldn't have cared if he was being framed or not. They would have arrested him long ago. The 9 directors of the Hall of Honor were in charge of worldly affairs. Under normal circumstances, even the head judge could not interfere. Of course, this was only in theory. Once the head judge spoke, the directors would not dare to disrespect him. Although Master Yuan had taught many people in the Hall of Honor, he still did not manage the affairs. Alliance Master Lu, first of all, congratulations on leading the Great Eastern Alliance to occupy the Fire Realm. Xin Jiao admires you. Lu Yin replied, Director Xian is here because of this matter. Does the Hall of Honor want to interfere? Although the Hall of Honor controls the human domain, they don't care about the disputes between these powers. I'm only here to remind Alliance Master Lu that the Outerverse will belong to the 6th mainland in the future. Alliance Master Lu should be clear about the relationship between you and the 6th mainland. Since you already have an enemy in the 6th mainland, I'm sure that Alliance Master Lu doesn't wish to make an enemy out of the Innerverse as well. The 6th mainland is my 5th mainland's common enemy. Compared to me, the Innerverse's great powers are more concerned about them. That's true, but being attacked from both sides is a great taboo. Alliance Master Lu should think this through carefully. Of course, no matter what Alliance Master Lu does, the 9 directors will not interfere. That's all I have to say. Alliance Master Lu, I wish you good luck. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Jiao ended the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget. Xianxia was hoping that he would not start another war. There were so many people in the Innerverse contacting the Hall of Honor, which put a lot of pressure on the Hall of Honor. However, they were also apprehensive of the people behind them, so they did not dare to openly oppose Lu Yin. Regardless of whether she reminded him or not, he would not start another war. He would not allow himself to be on the opposing side of the entire Innerverse. He then contacted Wei Rong. Release them. We're not enemies of the Innerverse. Wei Rong smiled. Yes, Your Highness. Not long after, a composite video was broadcasted on the Innerverse and Outerverse networks. The video was composed of many edits, and the main content was about the disgraceful things that the Blaze Realm had done over the past few years. Most of them involved the bullying of the Outerverse's great powers, and there was also a video of the cultivators being forced to kneel on the Astral River, Arkansas. The video lasted for more than 10 hours, and it recorded dozens of incidents that had happened in the Blaze Realm. These incidents could easily incite public outrage, especially the Outerverse cultivators. At the end of the video, there was a statement from the Blaze Realm cultivators to the public. Those trash from the Outerverse who want to enter the Innerverse can only become slaves. Low-level cultivators will forever be ants and can only kneel before our Blaze Realm. This statement was accompanied by a scene of an explorer kneeling before a Lemeter from the Blaze Realm. That explorer was already dead, and he had been killed by the Blaze Realm cultivator as a joke at the end of the video. When the video was broadcasted, it shook the Innerverse and Outerverse. The universe was cruel and filled with darkness. Vile incidents that challenged humanity's bottom line were everywhere, but none of these incidents had been exposed. As long as they were not exposed, there would not be any problems. However, the Blaze Realm's actions had been thoroughly exposed. Suddenly, the entire network was filled with countless people cursing the Blaze Realm, especially those from the Outerverse. Anyone who had access to the network posted rumors in the video, threatening to destroy the Blaze Realm. Soon after, a second video appeared, and it was also about the Blaze Realm's bullying of cultivators. There was a third video, a fourth video, and so on. In the end, there were more than 1,000 videos. The Blaze Realm had existed for so many years, and these incidents could not be summarized in just a few hundred videos. There were thousands or even tens of thousands of videos. There were millions of disciples in the Blaze Realm, and even if only 1 out of 10 people did something evil, there were still tens of millions of incidents. These videos came from the Tinder Alliance. The Tinder Alliance had always been hiding in the dark to resist the Blaze Realm, and most of their members were cultivators whose families had been destroyed or bullied by the Blaze Realm. Only those people would join the Tinder Alliance, and they could easily gather hundreds of videos and thousands of cases. In the last video, Enya appeared. The Great Eastern Alliance has no intention of starting a war with anyone. However, the Blaze Realm has been oppressing the Outerverse for many years and has even formulated a so-called portal plan. The Great Eastern Alliance is not an invader. After the video ended, the Great Eastern Alliance announced that Lu Yin had gone into seclusion to focus on preparing for the Supreme Tournament. The Great Eastern Alliance's war against the Blaze Realm had caused a backlash from the entire Innerverse, but because of the videos released by the Tinder Alliance, countless people in the universe began to denounce the Blaze Realm. Although these people could not influence the various great powers, public opinion had already changed. Many people said that the era of cultivation was all about one's fists, and that it did not matter how many ants there were. However, public opinion was also a general trend. Why did the Hall of Honor set up 9 directors? It was to help those at the bottom of the hierarchy fight for benefits. Although those at the bottom of the hierarchy did not have much power, the general trend that they represented was not necessarily inferior to the various great powers. Back when the Great Eastern Alliance had first been established, Lu Yin had already experienced this. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin had tasted the benefits of public opinion before. This kind of general trend was invisible, but it could change the situation at a critical moment. The Hall of Honor valued this kind of general trend. Grasping the general trend was equivalent to grasping the Hall of Honor's direction. The Sword sect master Lu Qianjue had said that Lu Yin would not be able to resist the Innerverse general trend. Lu Yin did not intend to resist the Innerverse general trend with his own strength. What he wanted was to borrow the general trend and borrow strength to fight strength. At present, countless people's attention had shifted from the Great Eastern Alliance's invasion of the Blaze Realm to the vile deeds that the Blaze Realm had committed over the past few years. Many people in the flow zones around the Blaze Realm did not have any interest in using force against the Great Eastern Alliance. As long as the Great Eastern Alliance did not explicitly declare war, they would not take action either. Lu Yin relied on his own qi to fight, and he had neutralized the qi in the surrounding flow zones. The Ross Empire was different from the Sylvan Dragons as they both belonged to the Blazing Mist flow zone. The Great Eastern Alliance was a threat to them, and it was also obvious that the Great Eastern Alliance was allied with the Royal Frost Continent. This made them very uneasy, but Leon's armada had completely blocked their path and prevented them from taking action. Lu Yin's announcement that he was going into seclusion to prepare for the Supreme Tournament made many powers heave a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he did not cause any trouble. Lu Yin did not care about what was happening in the outside world, as he truly needed to prepare for the Supreme Tournament. Everything else could wait. Wang Wen arrived at the Blaze Realm and gazed at the heavens. The Blaze Realm was being reorganized, and it had already become the Great Eastern Alliance's bridgehead to enter the Innerverse. There were more than 1,000 habitable planets in the Blaze Realm, and Lu Yin was currently on one with the most beautiful environment. Although this planet was habitable, it was uninhabited because it was still in the Savage Era, and there were enormous creatures everywhere. Any random one of them was at least 100 meters tall, and there were even some that were over 1,000 meters tall. These creatures were not simply tall, and some of them were not weak at all. This planet was used by the Blaze Realm's disciples for their trials. Lu Yin stood on the back of a giant creature called a dread elephant. It looked very similar to an elephant, but it was over 1,000 meters tall and more than 3,000 meters long. Every step it took shook the earth, and it let out an angry roar that even Lemeters could not bear. Wang Wen descended from the sky and stepped onto the dread elephant's back. I never thought that the Blaze Realm would have a planet that isn't hot. Lu Yin smiled. Long time no see. Wang Wen smiled. Long time no see, Your Highness. You're becoming more and more domineering. Lu Yin laughed and sat down cross-legged as he looked at the volcanoes erupting in the distance. Many creatures were scrambling to escape, and many of them were trampled to death along the way. The Blaze Realm is like those creatures that were trampled to death. They're not moving forward, but they're actually retreating. Wang Wen sat down as well. And Your Highness, you're like the one running at the very front. Just as he finished speaking, the creature at the very front slipped and fell off a cliff to its death. Wang Wen pursed his lips, feeling a little embarrassed. Lu Yin sighed. You're right. It's easy to fall to your death if you rush too quickly. The ones that survive are usually second or third. You want to be second or third? Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin smiled. Of course not. So what if I fall to my death if I rush too quickly? The one who survives is the leader, and all the creatures have to follow their leader. Wang Wen nodded. Then I'm relieved. I was just afraid that you would be intimidated by those people from the Innerverse. Thank you. Only look at the win book, friend 5421014. Be good. The Supreme Tournament is about to begin. Thank you, brothers, for your support. End of chapter.